Alright, folks, good afternoon. Oh, just as soon as I say that, what do we get? But... well, now it's up to green. 1,800 frames dropping the moment that the pre-stream ends. It's waiting for it. There's a sentience to Twitch sometimes. We finished 5 days a stranger. We finished 7 days a skeptic. Today, we're gonna move on to Trilby's notes. I don't see any options for, well, in general. I wonder if this one doesn't have author commentary then. It's a different game than the others, since the others were classical point-and-click adventure games made at Adventure Game Studio as Adventure Game Studio was meant to be made. And this is a text parser at Adventure Game Studio. You know, with that in mind, between Trilby's notes and The Art of Theft, they kind of push Adventure Game Studios a bit beyond the norm, don't they? Point and click to text prompt, I guess, isn't too unusual. Little finagling here or there to turn the text input into the primary mode of interaction. But by the time we get to Art of Theft, Adventure Game Studio wasn't really made for a sort of stealth action platformer, right? In that context, it kind of makes me think about Lucky Lamp and Extra Power, wherein the first Extra Power was a fairly standard strategy RPG, if just a really crazed standard strategy RPG, but then Star Resistance and Giant Fist take, take RPG Maker and turn it into everything but an RPG. Horizontal shoot 'em up, action beat 'em ups, which is kind of cool. Game doesn't have to be the most proficient of its type to push some envelopes, try to do some cool new things. But how about enough waffling? I got no options or settings I could play with, so let's jump right into new game. Tutorial on or off. You know what? Let's go for full content. Let's do tutorial. Commentary. Let's. He's even got a little author avatar at the side there now. This is probably the most enjoyable part of the game design process. Writing about it after the fact. Pressing F at any time turns the commentary on and off. If I haven't, I fail as a person, probably quite ugly. Following documents taken from the handwritten notes at Trilby, STP, stand to P, field operative, whose real name, pass me by. Sorry, Mark Lovegrove. But hey, if the author commentary extends the scenes, then we kind of get a little bit more of the music. Game over. What? I failed already. That's what I thought, as I stood and watched the Defoe Manor collapse into flaming ash. We get some cool artistic framing here in the painting of the scene. The ordeal was over. You know, it's not exactly a ravine around that mansion, even now it looks like. We suppress how long it took to make notebook holes in the left line upright. Still looks wrong if I play at 640 resolution, which we are. Because if I don't play at 640 resolution, then the game ends up looking... Hold on, why can't I just click the thing? I keep clicking a thing that's not the thing. The game ends up looking like this if I don't set it to 640 windowed. These 5 days cost us all so much. Philip and AJ paid with their lives. They were the fortunate ones. Oh, I think I kind of see what he means about it not lining up with this. Yeah. It's pushing a bit to the right, isn't it, that top hole? Jim Fowler was expelled from school for truancy. A bright future in tatters. Speaking of in tatters, what's going on with my bitrate? My dude, I have just started stream. Why am I hemorrhaging frames? Did I roll a lemon with my Twitch server today? And now I got one that chugs along for a bit and he goes and chugs along for a bit and goes. This isn't gonna be an all-day thing, is it? Twitch. You turn green, and then you turn yellow, then you turn red. 10.7% of all frames dropped today. It's only been 13 minutes, and that's 1/10 of all frames. I'm gonna wait for a bit. And if it's gonna keep fucking up, I'm just gonna restart the stream. I do have the disconnection protection on now that I found the obvious place it was hiding in. But the trouble is, if I simply press the stop stream button, if I simply press that stop stream button over here, I don't think that qualifies for the disconnection protection. I think that counts for just stopping stream. What the disconnection protection does is that if stream disconnects, I have 90 seconds to troubleshoot and get it working again. And within those 90 seconds, all you see is the not like this face. And if it disconnects, it disconnects if I use those 90 seconds wisely. With any luck, I get it up. Then stream resumes as normal. But a disconnect is still a disconnect. But what if I were to Alt F4 out of OBS? If I Alt F4 out of OBS and then reopen it and relaunch stream, will that count for a satisfactory disconnect reconnect and thus be within the 90-second window and hopefully give me a more stable Twitch server today? It's been in green so far. It hasn't hit a dum-dum yet. Staying at that 2677. I don't trust you, Twitch. I have zero trust here. It's looking okay right now. Shall I continue then? Are we quite done misbehaving, class? You got it out of your system? Alright then. Simone Taylor took to the bottle. Her broadcast became slurred, her eyes hollowed and unwelcoming. She soon vanished from television screens. As for me, I tried to return to a life as a cat burglar, but I had been forever tainted by my time with that wretched house. Some of this doesn't sync up with the ending of 5 days and Shelby appeared to brush off everything. Well, that was immediately after the end. He just got out. Things could take a while to sink in, don't I know? Officially in that scene is putting on a brave face. The evolution of writing style, but it seems getting away from Defoe man without any ill effects to make Trilby a very shallow character. We don't have shallow characters, do we, Mr. Gameplay over Story? The memories of my possession came back in my nightmares. Every night I was there again at the mansion, staring out through unfamiliar eyes as Philip died in my hands. I became convinced that John Defoe was not at rest, that someday he would return for me. I became so terrified of invisible enemies that I forgot about the tangible ones. Trilby caught. 2 slow, miserable years after Defoe Manor, a barrage of truncheon blows taught me a harsh lesson in reality, and I woke up in the kind of filthy cell I assumed would be my new home. Placed 5 days in 1993. Firing into the islands of space was 1997. You messed up your own math! But then he came. The man from the government with the nervous smile, offering an alternative. The STP. The Stand-to-P device. I suppose Yahtzee wouldn't have known about STPs back in 2000 whenever, huh? The center of my personal fictional universe, popular bunch of characters by various projects. Chris Quinn, Age of Evil, Chris and Trilby, is a member, but most of you wouldn't know. I'm most of you. I'm the one that doesn't know. It hadn't been that much earlier that I would have sooner died than entered an obligation with anyone. Least of all, the government. Had Defoe Manor changed me so much? Whatever my reasons, I left my past behind and resolved to give my new superiors nothing to complain about. I spent 1.5 years completing assignments, developing contacts, rebuilding a reputation. And then the past caught up. The summer of 1997. I became concerned about Simone Taylor's mental well-being. The papers were reporting her continual breakdown, and she had become a virtual recluse. I had no idea if my appearance would assist or hinder. I had, after all, deliberately allowed her to think me dead. Presumably, she knew differently now after the media coverage of my arrest, but I would expect her to be bitter about my subterfuge. On balance, I decided that a meeting with an old friend would most likely be beneficial. I came to her apartment building, on a warm, stormy night, and braced myself for the encounter. Use the cursors to move. Give a command to start typing it, and the text box will appear. Simple excuse me, like look around or knock on door. Question mark symbol signifies a game expects an input. When it's visible, you're free to move and issue commands. Why make it? What ideas went into it? Possibly some other questions? I like the shirt on his little avatar. No matter how many galaxies of fantabulous wonderments, or 1213s, everyone kept asking if I was gonna do another Trilby game. Aww. They were really enamored with the character. Read a whole bunch of GameFAQs plot guides on Silent Hill, thought, whoa, would it be awesome if one day someone wrote something this obsessive about one of my games. Sounds shallow. Generally, partly because of that. Not a bad reason. Who doesn't want to see their love child of stories grow? Working the events for 5 and 7 days into a larger plot. Had an idea, everything fell in place. Have to wait for the last game to see. So does that mean then I want from the first game? First game might have been a standalone thing until expanded upon. Was it as early as 7 days then that he started to formulate the broader Chizo mythos kind of thing? So if it's arrow keys to move around and then type to start input, does that mean that WASD? Yeah, WASD's not gonna work. What did I do next? Decided wasaded. I didn't understand the word decided wasaded. Look window. Summer storm was raging outside. Light rain pattered against the glass, the gentle noise punctuated by rumbles of coarse thunder. Fondly regard creation. I didn't understand the word fondly. Regard creation fondly. Just got to get the word order in there. I don't understand the word. Oh. Oh. I didn't understand the word employment. Look. Simone's apartment building was gripped by a thick smell of musty, unwashed carpets. It perplexed me that a celebrity would choose to live in such a low-rent accommodation. Has he seen this economy? I am lucky that this is the best I can get in this county. Take light bulb. Look light bulb. Bulk. Take light. I doubt I could have taken that with me. Take carpet. Dance. I tried to keep my spirits up. Die. That might have made sense at another time and place, but not then. Noik. Knock on door. Had no business with Simone's neighbor. Look door. Simone's is one on the right. Inventory. I had lockpicks. Ooh. Knock door. Knock sharply on Simone's door. F3 to recall my last command. Receiving no reply and knocked again, louder. Still no response. The doorman had assured me Simone was in. I decided it was time to enter by my own methods. Tab or inv? Okay. Why the text parser? Why not? The presentation, reading of Trilby's notes, and partly in homage of the old text parser games, and partly for the challenge. I figured that the last one would be the major motivator. Opinion divided on whether the parser is a good thing or not. I think that I think it's a worthwhile experiment doing it differently. These games are, in many ways, in tribute or inspired by the adventure games of old, which does include text parser games. So I think it makes sense. It makes a fun, different thing to do with text for a game. Use. Lockpick. Door. I reasoned that Simone could have been in trouble, and even if she wasn't, that at worst I was only playing to my reputation. I spent a few minutes feverishly picking the lock, then let myself in. Copied directly from the first seed of his aborted first idea for 7 Days a Skeptic, the office building one, in which everyone dies, Simone included, seemed ashamed to waste the only good bit of the whole pie. Simone's bedroom light refused to turn on, so in pitch darkness, intermediate flashes of lightning preventing my eyes from adjusting. Open curtain. I pulled open the blind. Rain sound effect and thunder came from RPG Maker. It can still serve a purpose. He doesn't know. Extra Power hasn't come out yet, or at least Star Resistance hasn't come out yet to really push the envelope of RPG Maker. He doesn't know yet. Ripping something off and modifying it, less like cheating than just using it unchained. Hey, Wither? Or was it murder? Perhaps it was. Perhaps we'll discover that this body on the floor really was one of murder. Look, Simone. It was too dark to see anything. Look, Simone, but wait until lightning flash. I don't understand the word but. Okay. Am I timing this? Look. Ah, come on, her body's right there. But that's confirmation then. When the flash goes off, then it does pause when I open the text parser. Turn on the light. The look command makes it quite clear that the bedroom light refuses to turn on. I basically have to wait for the flash of lightning. I have to time my typing. Come on! I keep getting the offbeat! There we go. Look, body. The body on the floor was undoubtedly Simone. I felt for a pulse and my hands came away stained with long, cooled blood. You're in luck with her. Murder it is. My fingers trace the outline of a large wound in her torso, slashed by a big weapon wielded by a big assailant. I called for an ambulance, as futile as it would be, and left before they arrived, thus becoming prime suspect numero uno. Trilby likes to keep his office dark. Same. When I was in university, I had morning classes sometimes, and I would sit in the dark on my laptop until somebody else came in and turned the light on. Props to Mark Lovegrove. So this one is actually commissioned music and not just taken from the adventure game studio library like in the first game. Find the culprit and kill them. In a way, Wither, this, what is it, 4 main games? This 4-game series is kind of all about finding that killer and killing him. In a kind of metaphysical sense. Due to me being a clear murder suspect, I was relieved from duty for the week it took for the Ministry of Occultism to inspect the flat and confirm supernatural activity. So even in 1990, whenever, if a government man becomes a suspect for murder, we just get the week off. My superiors simultaneously apologized and assigned me to investigate if there was a connection to the Defoe Manor incident. Merely reading those 3 words, capitalized on the front of a loose leaf file, brought the nightmare back with more intensity than ever. Sure enough, a field agent reported that looters had discovered and sold several artifacts from the mansion, including the wooden idol that housed John Defoe's soul. But Wither, speaking of, nowadays if you become a murder suspect, you get presidential pardon. I don't want a reminder. There's so much nonsense with this government. But it's been a bit, Wither. Has your eye been improving? The game was titled Notes on an Evil Artifact. Not as concise as Trilby's notes, unwieldy. And wanted some elements of the title recognizable to 5-day veterans. Trilby's notes is pretty concise and does the exact job. His own computer desk with a hat. Huh. No longer has a gas bubble. Good. Now it's just wonky. I suppose that's a compromise, isn't it? To my surprise, no murders had been reported or committed by anyone who had come into contact with the accursed trinket. I did not find this reassuring. I quickly advised James Fowler to go into hiding. He was stunned, but agreed. The boy had sense, and still respected my judgment. This done, I began following the idol's trail from the pawn shop it had entered the possession of one Professor Abid Chahal. Abid Chahal? Distant ancestor? Of Captain Chahal, perhaps? An authoritative historian. He had scheduled some kind of antique fair in the Clanbronwyn Hotel on a small island off the coast of Anglesey, popular with tourists. The Trilby title makes you think this is a Yahtzee-Croshaw project. Whether you're going to be so surprised to find out this is in fact a Yahtzee-Croshaw project. Assuming the role of a scholar of antiquities, I booked a room. On the 28th of July, 1997, I caught a ferry. I'm going to butcher so many Welsh names, just as I butcher so many Chinese names, Brazilian names, English names. Caught a ferry from Porthalecig in Anglesey and arrived at around 3 p.m. in Clanbronwyn Island, its coastal village. It seemed a peaceful hamlet, and a defiance of the stereotype. The locals were welcoming and told me no local legends to dissuade me from exploring the island. No burning wickermans this time. And there goes this ability again. Oh, you see that? It's just like a naughty pupil in school. It goes red, I catch it, it goes green again. The Clanbronwyn Hotel was in the island's center, surrounded by forest. I made my way there on foot. He kept forgetting if it was Clanbronwyn or Clanbronwyn. Vary between the two from dialogue to dialogue. Fix most, but see if you can spot any more. Maybe it's a personality thing. Maybe some people just get it wrong. You know, like in universe, some people don't quite catch the name. You've been playing The Farmer Was Replaced, another meta commentary on life in the US. Oh, that does sound joyful. There are so many things that title could refer to. Farmer Replaced for automation, farmer replaced because all the money is going from that heavily subsidized American farmer to one over down in Argentina. Even the farmers who vote conservative with all their hearts are not enjoying the consequences of their electoral actions now. I guess if there's one silver lining to this very big dark cloud, it's that you could sure make a lot of now realistic fiction about rather grim subjects. You play a drone, need to program an almost but not quite Python to plant and harvest wacky plants. Now that does sound fun. And even though I have not a single programming bone in my body, I've said it before that when playing these games for the first time, I was a teenager looking for free games. And so when I found Adventure Game Studio stuff in communities, oh my goodness, this 5 days things is great. These other amateur made games are great. I'm going to try and make it a game. I can make some really shitty MS Paint art. I could use the default tools to paint an area for the character to walk around in. But I am too allergic to learning how to script, so I'm not going to learn how to script. But I find that programming games have a decent enough entry level introductory sort of how to lure in the average layman player. You pull away the skin, even things like Baba Is You are kind of programming games, and that's kind of at least until the later levels. Not scary enough for even a programming layman like me to enjoy. Your drone is currently growing a 32 by 32 meter pumpkin and infecting it with weird slime. Oh man, the internet has ruined me. I think of a giant pumpkin with the consistency of slime, and I go straight to the annual tradition of what pumpkins are used for in this day and age. But that sounds fun, Wither. As soon as I arrived, I was greeted by a balding man in a green anorak. This is also the first time teenage me was introduced to the word anorak. I wondered if I was expected to know who he was. Lenkman, Ministry of Occultism. He knows my department. I think he is the untrustworthy one. Now, I have played these before, but it's been so long that the most I remember from this is Siobhan is pronounced Chauvin. You eventually die, and the Gutsified Hotel is pretty cool. So if I say that I have suspicions of this Anorak man, it's not from foreknowledge, because I've forgotten most of the foreknowledge, but simply the vibe he gives off for me. Endeavor to maintain absolute professionalism. You know, I don't know how Yahtzee would feel about this, but when I read a Trilby speak, what I hear in my head is Inspector Gadget. Ministry of Occultism and the STP are different departments. STP hires out its agents to government branches. Okay. You only need one weird magic fertilizer to get the whole pumpkin slime. Still, my head goes to the wrong places with that. To get the slime stockpiles, you can dip bushes in slime to create hedge mazes to gain gold. So you say you have this in the background. Is this by nature an idle type game, or is it just one that you could kind of leave running for a bit because autonomous program drones? I watched him disappear around the corner of the building. I very much doubted that Lankman and I would become friends. A fence prevents anyone from going around the corner of the building. Whoops. Oh. Well, it's not unusual in video games that NPCs, especially NPCs in cutscenes, could do all sorts of actions that you wish the player could do. Simplistic things like just reaching your arm over a low fence to unlock it. The Clanbronwyn Hotel lobby was a warm welcome. The building was certainly well maintained, and yet there was something about it that nagged at the back of my mind, quickening my pulse. I dismissed the sensation, an act which, in retrospect, I would come to regret. Never tried to texture a wall. He had to put a funny wallpaper like it in 5 days, or change the colors like in 7. Did he figure out some breakthrough for this one? He looked at some real-life walls. A lot were just blank, flat color with a skirting board, no need for patterns or anything. No one cares about wall textures. He's unlocked the secret code. Nobody cares. Convince myself that no one cares about Photoshop light filters either. Terrence Railby. Very subtle name. 3C on the 3rd floor. Again, despite all the REs and the artifacts, he's speaking Americans with the floor names. East State University awards Wither Voice accreditation from our institution, Doctor of Philosophy, document forgery. Don't even point out that Chahal is the ancestor of Barry Chahal. What? Nah. All these references to buying the special edition long after these games became freeware. The one social trick, put him on the spot, make them feel awkward. Social fall pad? No, he never forgot. Astute reader has already guessed that both Terrence Railby and the previous meeting were utter fiction. No! People wouldn't do that, just lie to strangers. I'd spent some time studying Chahal's movements and habits. He was by all accounts absent-minded, and that was something I could use. T. Railby. These little seeds he puts in, you remember, to keep him on the spot, to keep him awkward about forgetting a thing that never happened. What remained of Professor Chahal's suspicion melted away from his expression at the opportunity to make money enter the conversation. Say this is what, 1997? All he's got to do is wait for a bit, buy Google on the ground floor. Bitcoin when it's like 1 penny for 1,000. Oops. Dropped that a bit harder than I meant to. Somewhat overly ethnic. Would you call those names overly ethnic? Both are managers of somewhere I once worked, taking names from real life. Chose it because it's the most traditional Irish girl name he knows, and not because it's the hardest one to spell. Or for us Anglophilic folks to pronounce. You could always just call her girl or woman, those work too, if you're a chauvinist. When he puts it like that, now I gotta make the effort, don't I? Oh, is he gonna put it out for us? Three main characters represent one aspect. Cool. Trilby's body, physically fit. Abed's a mind, professor. Chauvin, emotional, impulsive. He made the woman emotional and impulsive. Now who's a chauvinist, Yahtzee? The girl struck me as a forceful personality. I gave the matter some thought before replying. Oh, I can't answer myself. And waiters. Old men or waiters. Could it be more Irish if I tried? When talking to characters, they must specify a topic of conversation. Usually several things each character is willing to discuss. Talk to Abed about Defoe Manor. How to define all the conversations. Characters didn't come off as well-rounded as they used to. I mean, it's kind of just a consequence of text parser games, right? Like playing Leisure Suit Larry. You can't exactly ask everyone about the weather. Ask Chauvin about herself, huh? He's onto something, all women are emotional and stuff, that's just science. All women pretty much all alike. You know, kind of gotta appreciate that as much as guys like to pull, especially the traditional family values type of politician likes to pull, you can't have women do X, Y, Z, they're too emotional. And yet, as far as objective observation goes, you know, who is it that usually keeps a calm head and who is it that tends to be super agitated, throw tantrums, have to be placated or else you're not going to get your way in the workplace? Typical men, am I right? Talk to Abed about Chauvin's ass. Well, the game did prompt, or the commentary did prompt, we could ask. I forget it was pretty spot already. Was it Seo Han about herself? And that would give us some dodgy clue about the nature of the twos of them? How'd you come to work for the professor? Student of Antiquities, studying under Warwick University. Hey! A chance to supplement her studies, huh? Very talented, huh? Woof woof, etc., huh? I think when the British GF was doing her apprenticeship for Jaguar Land Rover, was it Warwick University that she did the academic side in? I think it might have been. Yeah, I think this is what it was after all. Dormed up in Leamington Spa, would visit for the summers and winters, and then she'd take the train up to Coventry for the hands-on stuff, whichever factory it was they had around there, Solihull or whatever. They had a few things around. Didn't expect to get some mid 2010s nostalgia out of this game. Or to put it more accurately, who would have guessed that little Guinea playing in whenever it was that I played this, late teens, early 20s, would end up having some familiarity with some of the incidental, not important names and places thrown about. Talk to Siobhan about Pokemon. Alright, Wither. Talk to Siobhan about Pokemon. It's 1997. So, even if the games haven't made their way stateside to PAL territories yet, Red and Blue, Red and Green are already out. I don't understand the word Pokemon. Oh, I can't take a screenshot in time. Alright, so talk to Chahal about Chauvin's ass. Though I thought it impolite to discuss someone with someone else while they were still in the room. Sorry, Wither. Trilby is too polite to broach the subject. Talk to Chow about the weather. I didn't consider the subject relevant. Ask Chauvin about Chahal, or would that just give us the how'd you two meet spiel? Alright. Ask Chahal about Defoe Manor. There weren't all that many cool artifacts in there, though. Let's face it, the house is pretty... It was pretty normal. They had some paintings, a gun, some trophies from the elder Defoe's trips to Africa, but that's pretty much it. The last I'd felt it was while standing at the gates of another country mansion, not long after Defoe Manor, preparing to break in. Recalling those 5 wretched days churned my stomach with fear, turning what had once been the joy of thievery into an exercise in anxiety. Accuse Chauvin of murder most foul. When he finishes his narration, I'll see if I could use accuse as a verb. Discussing it brought the feeling back, the act of feigning ignorance, while visions... Bitrate behave. While visions of welding masks and machetes flooded my mind's eye, worsened them. I heard something on the news. The poor guy doesn't understand that he is in a paranormal game series. Furniture, books... Picking up another man's fetish. It wasn't clear enough. You're supposed to be asking about the figurine. In that case, I think we know what to ask. Were there any particular client of or items your client's interested in? Ask Chahal about the furniture. Didn't consider it relevant. Accuse Chauvin of murder most foul. I did not understand the word accuse. I guess the master burglar was not one to cast stones. I am so sorry. Ask Chahal about books. Oh, it's not relevant. Ask Chauvin. Chauvin. I got the light over here. I got the skeleton here. Having all this junk between me and the keyboard isn't very useful for typing. About paranormal. Really? Fine. Ask Chahal about the figurine then. Welding mask, leather apron. Virtually valueless. In that case, we'll just take it off your hands right now. I thought he said he didn't understand the word paranormal when I tried to ask about it. Being kept in the hotel safe, so if we can go right downstairs right now. After the fair, he intended to display with the other artifacts. Well, nothing wrong is going to happen here, right? This fair is going to go off without a hitch as long as nobody touches it. Inwardly, I just wanted to get this mission completed as fast as possible, but I didn't want to risk suspicion or giving off the wrong impression. If only we had some kind of master burglar on the scene to liberate the fetish from the safe. Odds and ends. Don't tell me he has the apron and machete after all. The landscape. The landscape that had the tall man in the background every once in a while. That's that painting in the lobby, so that's why he had the apprehension then. I instantly recalled the sick feeling I had felt in the lobby. I had seen the painting, but I had paid it little heed. Oh. Hello. I wonder if Yahtzee knew what the importance of the tall man was going to be when he made 5 days and put the figure in the background of the painting every once in a while. The game seems to abandon the group dynamic of previous ones in favor of a more desolate experience. It's kind of more intimate in a way, with these characters you have to interact with and who survive a bit more than characters in the other ones. Being in a nightmare, leaving the only one aware of it, everyone else oblivious. I can't recall if any murders go on throughout the game either. It's mostly the dips into the spooky side, isn't it? I'm sure one or both of these die eventually, but it's not like a, oh no, we found a body, who to be suspicious of this time kind of game. My head was spinning and a sudden nausea churned in my gut. The world seemed to be pulsating, the corners of the room wavering like a heat haze. You may say imagine these things, and I thought that must have been the case. Was I going out of my mind? Was a hotel really changing into some nightmarish twin? Was I the only one who could see it? If I was hallucinating, it was too complex. The harsh wooden floor beneath my feet felt real enough. The horrendous stench of the rotting flesh that reached my nostrils could not have been conjured by my imagination. I decided I had to find John Defoe's idol as soon as possible. If not that, then at least the painting Chahal mentioned. I was convinced that some connection lay between Defoe Manor and the sudden madness. Light world, dark world juxtaposition. His Silent Hill inspiration. The best game series ever. If you disagree, then you are wrong. Man's got his gaming inspirations in. All exactly the same room with the door numbers and graffiti changed. He's picking up some shortcuts. Sickly yellowed paint peeling from the walls, splatter of blood spelled out the mystifying phrases. Remarkably, the door seemed intact. His body is here, his soul is not. Look writing. The graffiti read, his body is here, his soul is not. I wondered if this was referring to John Defoe. Look door. The door to Professor Chahul's room? Open door? Chisel! Look, chisel. I stared blankly. Look word. Blood was everywhere. On the north wall, it had been used to spell out a word I could neither recognize nor pronounce. Hey, MP83? Twitch? Or my internet being mean to you? It was being mean to me earlier, so I have the bitrate monitor back up. You can't see my finger with this lighting and opacity. There, right there. I have dropped enough frames for a whole 6 and there it goes. A little bit of instability. As soon as teacher's mind is distracted, you type Chizzo into jackbox.tv, but it doesn't work. You know, it might someday, MP. Jackbox populates or produces a 4-letter code, right? It's inevitable that at some point it's going to produce CHZO as a room code. Look sofa. The sofa was a rotting green color and some kind of sharp weapon had created a slash right across the fetid cushions. Take fetid cushion. You used the word yourself just now, Trilby. Take cushion. Fine, don't. Look table. 2 steel tables were provided as a kind of work surface. Bloodstains and severed head were a strong indication of what kind of work they were intended for. Eat cushion? I'll try that, Swedish guy. Eat cushion. He refuses to understand. He's trying to wipe it out of his mind. Get head. Even if I could have foreseen a purpose for it, I had no intention of pocketing that disgusting thing. Look bed. Where once had been a bed, there was now some kind of stone altar. Chains and manacles indicated that it was for sacrificial purposes. How about look hole? I stared blankly. So the floorboard hole is nothing. How about the window? Board's been nailed to the window, both inside and outside. Hardly a speck of light. Alright. Open door then. How about 2C? It appeared to be an ordinary hotel room door. Alright, open it. Door is stuck shut. Couldn't pick that open. How about door 2A? I'm in 3C, right? Now I do remember appreciating going up and down the stairwell how many times throughout the game. Again, way back then, younger me was very easily spooked by things. Jurassic Park, Fatal Frame, a skeleton in the window doing absolutely nothing but sitting there in front of a haunted house. And so just going up this gray, bloody, whispering hallway was some pretty good spook atmosphere for me. I'm a real man now. If that's what creates a real man, MP, then I did not become a real man until the mega depression and cataclysmic life upset drove me to streaming. Because one of the early games I streamed way back when was The Evil Within, and I had to force myself to get over the spooks and paranoia that the game was providing in bitrate, bitrate. What are we doing, bitrate? 1,000 now? 2,000? Is the bitrate unable to handle the spooky world? We're never going to get the total drop frames below 5% of stream. Man. Not man. Couldn't even begin to decipher the meaning of the words. Man? Not man? What the hell did it mean? Well, you see, there's my bedroom to the right, and we haven't found the bathrooms, so this is the men's room and the ladies' room. Stuck. Stuck. How about my room? Chizo, love me. Hey, Hordian. Not man must be a chicken that has not yet been plucked. I saw once more the strange word I had seen on the wall in Abed's room, this time followed by the words, love me. So I can't do anything with my room yet. What I thought there was something interesting on the bed, but it's just like manacles or whatever. Hello? Bring her back. Blood seemed to be running down the stairs as if someone had attempted to descend them while bleeding out with increasing speed. The words bring her back were spelt on the north wall for unknown reasons. Look, torso. It looked like some kind of porcelain mannequin. Porcelain. But with the bits missing. I couldn't see how it was attached to the wall. Take man, Nikin, stuck from me to the wall. I didn't want to carry it around. Fine. That's up. Let's go down then. Third floor, bin 2. Second floor, bin 2. Of course, in proper British terminology, this over here would be... Oh, wait, no. They are counting 1 from the floor up then. So unlike in 5 days, they are using the proper localized British for ground 1, 2, 3, and so on. The third room? Third room's my room. 2 bathrooms and 1 room for me. Priest or prisoner? Acolyte or slave? Now these bathrooms are more esoteric. The graffiti reads, priest or prisoner, acolyte or slave. I had no idea what it could be referring to. It didn't sound like something John Defoe would inspire. Stuck. Stuck. If the third room is my room, I'm both not man and not a man. See what I mean? I've never learned programming, so it's all well above my head. Stuck. And writing that says run. Look, mound. Look, pile. Look, grotesquerie. Look, body. The body was that of a young, muscular man, I hazarded, and was wearing some kind of old-fashioned military uniform, complete with blue tunic and riding boots. More to the point, his head was missing, and his hands were worn down to bloody wads of flesh and bone. I noticed a collection of handwritten pages on the floor near his body. Look word. Blood seemed to be running down the stairs. Oh. The corpse had apparently spent his last few minutes of life making graffiti. Was he responsible for all the messages I had seen so far? Alright, look papers. Entries from a diary. July 18th, Felicia and I took shelter from the storm in a decrepit old hotel in the forest. It seems to be completely deserted, so we bedded down on the floor of the lobby for the night. It is so peaceful here. The noise of the storm seems so far away. July 19th. Exploring the hotel has become increasingly clear that the place is not as innocent as it first seemed. We found ancient corpses and evidence of terrible deeds in several of the rooms. The storm has cleared, and we intend to leave as soon as possible. July 20th. I am certain now that devilry is at work. Every path we take through the forest brings us back to the hotel. We spent a whole day trying routes to no avail. Felicia keeps talking of a demon she fancies she saw in the hotel kitchen last night. Felicia is fancying a demon already. This marriage is already on its last ropes then. July 21st, Felicia is dead. See? I was too late to help her. I saw her murderer just as she did. Perhaps I will be next. I am beginning to understand. July 23rd. The murderous figure in black, the one whose body is savagely stretched into a mockery of form, is not the architect of this nightmare. Rather, this is the work of that hideous lord of the Forbidden Lands. Gods forgive me. July 25th. I built a shrine to my captor in the lobby in an attempt to appease it. Nothing has changed. I have no more food. The horror is starting to affect my mind. July 28th. I am certain my mind is going. I imagined for a moment that the hotel had changed, had become finely decorated and welcoming as it must have once been in the past. I blinked, and it returned to its normal, hateful self. The next few pages sprinkled with blood, obscuring some of the text. August 1st. What is his relationship to that disgusting beast? Is he a servant or a prisoner? Sometimes he acts alone, sometimes at the behest of a higher power. What does he want from me? August 3rd. He was after me now. I think I must have done something wrong. August 4th. It hurts. The last readable entry. Decided not to take them with me. They were covered in blood and all stuck together. He and his girlfriend originate from the dark world. Huh. So the vision of the Grand Hotel is his equivalent of peeking into the sacrilegious beyond. Not all the ethereal realm is evil, just this bit, huh? Because of Chizone the Tall Man. Quickly doing something in the other window real quick. Okay. So can't take those with me. The lobby too had been tainted, and the painting I sought was absent. Presumably it only existed in the hotel's normal form. He's keeping a very open mind about the shifting state of the hotel. Maybe his prior experience with the paranormal makes him more willing to accept the dimensional shifting nature of the place. If that was the case, I needed to find a way back there, or dispel the hallucination if this truly was all in my mind. At this stage, I was beginning to wonder if this really was all John Defoe's doing. It didn't seem his style somehow. But what other evil could possibly be the culprit? The whispering is more Mark Lovegrove? Oh no, the little background track then. Something that evokes a feeling you get after you stand up suddenly in a hot bath. Is that supposed to inspire a sensation of lightheadedness or something? Look, sigil. Look, writing. Some of the pigeonholes contained dismembered organs and entrails, which presumably belonged inside the creature on the altar. Look, corpse. Someone had been tied down on the altar, flayed, had their innards removed. By the look of the horrible claw marks and broken fingernails, they'd been alive at least part way through the procedure. Roll eyes? What are we rolling eyes for, Wither? Or is that the command? Roll? Rip 'em? Roll eyes. Don't understand the word roll. Office locked. Locked but not stuck. Unlocked door. I'd encountered far stronger locks in my time. Picked it up within 10 minutes. Corpse being dead is so original. Yeah. Didn't have the inspiration for a living corpse this time, huh? Pain? I don't see any bread here. I could somewhat sympathize with a clandestine graffiti artist. Oh, there's a safe, though. It almost looked like some creature had exploded inside the safe and the blood had shot out through the cracks around the door. Open. Safe. Safiu. Jammed shut comes as something of a relief. Well, I guess I can't do anything here then. Room is tiny, absence of ventilation made the air very stuffy and thick. Well, how about the table then? Look, table. Rickety metal table with nothing on it save for the prerequisite blood spots. Take spot. Take blood. Take safe. Take graffiti. Take graffiti 2Fs. I doubt I could have taken that with me. Get rid of evidence. Alright then, Wither. Eat corpse. That didn't make sense. Devour corpse. Hide evidence. Take corpse. Sorry, Wither. He doesn't want to get his hands dirty, I guess. Clanbronwyn Hell. Clanbronwyn. The hotel's exterior was corrupted as its interior. The ground beneath my feet was hard, red, and gritty like desiccated clay. Gethead was loath to even go near them. Oh, there's a little guy reaching out down here. Look. Window? Great. Look, body. Look, a guy. Look down, dummy. The corruption of the hotel seemed to extend for miles in every direction. Even the sky's rusty hue seemed threatening. Look, fence. Several knotholes in the fence. Could we look through the knothole? I was gonna make a joke. of it was a knothole what a furry calls such and such, but I feel that's too low even for this stream. Peering through the nearest hole, I saw a barren expanse of harsh ground furnished with broken piles of rusting metal furniture. Look confused. I didn't understand the word confused. His confusion confuses him. On the east exterior wall was a bent and extremely unsafe-looking fire escape. We could probably make use of that later. Look sign. Stared blankly. Alright, how about to the left then? We got the door cracked open here and a door to the left. Three posters are another reference to the mind, body, soul thing. First poster is a body, the tall man. Other two is mind and soul, and one is gone. Maybe he is soulless. Maybe he is dark of mind and empty of soul. One is empty, one is broken. Decide for yourself which is which. Well, the interpretation that comes to mind here is that this tall man must be into himself if he got posters of himself made. The left poster was some kind of portrait of the strange masked figure I had glimpsed in the hotel. The middle poster was blank, the third was smashed. Take poster. I don't want those nasty things. Some burglar. Look, game. It appeared to be damaged with the front plate ajar and frayed wires emerging from the rear. Strangely, though, the screen was active and flashing blankly. Play game. Even if it were in fully working order, I had far better things I could have been doing. Oh, what's this? There's like a key card, or is that like some kind of utility knife? Look counter. In keeping with the alternative hotel's theme, the furniture was looking like someone had been hurled against them with absolute fatal force. Lying on the bar in a pool of gore was a pair of long-nosed pliers. Take pliers. Our first acquisition. Rusty but functional, took him with me. Try examining the pliers, and with the light world and the dark world, the messages are different. Don't know why he did this, a whim. Does it apply to my lockpicks? Nah. That's just standard description. The stand to pee, offered to supply a number of sophisticated infiltration tools, but comfortable with his picks. Look pliers. A pair of heavily rusted, long-nosed pliers with visible flecks of blood dotting the jaws. Stuffing bled out. See, I wasn't sure if that was post-it notes or the stuffing coming out. ON door. Recorded himself whispering some stuff relevant to the plot. It is a guide. He seeks the bridge keeper to fulfill the prophecy. Stop him. Another track whispering things like the pain, my flesh, burning, that sort of thing. Then adjusted the pitch of the second one until both the files are of equal length. Layer the one on top of the other. Made a copy resulting track, reversed it, laid over the original. You're saying then that there's actually words hidden in there. Because I don't hear words, I just hear like... Cool. Little inside baseball there. 4 doors, none of which seemed inviting. One to the east, back to the hallway, one to the west to the kitchen. One to some kind of unisex bathroom, and another larger one that had someone boarded up. Technically they're both boarded up, one with board, one with a corpse. Some kind of flayed corpse was nailed to the place over the door to the toilet. Nailed into place at the door to the toilet. Blocking the way. Well, luckily, we got pliers, don't we? The nails hammered in with extremely far. Fingertips have the strength to pull them out. Use pliers on the corpse. The pliers were ideal for removing the nails. So he had already been toying with them for a while. Because when you play these, you do have to wonder how much he had planned out ahead of time, or how much we're sitting in the back burner. How much is just innovated on the spot. Less intimidating to see his calves. You never know. What if he's got some diamond calves? That gives you the impression that man could really sprint after you? Look, meat. An arrangement of uncooked meat with ribs sticking out of the center table that seem to be attracting insects beautifully. Yahtzee only writes what the tall man lets him write. Even poor Yahtzee has not quite a gun to his head, but the giant, staffy, pointy weapon when he's writing things, doesn't he? Take meat. We actually can't take the meat. I tore off a lump of meat to take with me. If I came up against anything hostile and carnivorous in this place, it would help to have something other than myself to offer it. Eat! Meat. The fetid stink of decay was already making me retch. Consuming the stuff was just unthinkable. Take more meat. More meat. He doesn't understand more. I can't use WASD, I keep forgetting. The kitchen refused to open. The words "it feeds" are inexplicably spelled out on the north wall. Prerequisite letters. Use pliers on boards. Use pliers on door. Use pliers on those wooden boards over the big door. Mop floor. But I haven't got any tool to mop with, unless you use a lump of meat. Mop floor. Use meat as a kind of mop on the floor. Use meat as mop. I have exhausted my efforts with her, I'm sorry to say. Vulnerability is one aspect to toilet horror, but also it's just nasty. Toilets can be some really nasty places. A lot of people got stuck in this room, didn't know what they're supposed to look at the counter. If you're stuck, look at the counter. Oh, those folks just haven't played adventure games. You gotta look at everything. The gloomy lavatories are in a state of advanced disrepair. One of the cubicle doors was hanging off its hinges, and the mirror above the counter was broken. No joke. No joke. This is still a whole lot cleaner and less nasty than the one women's bathroom in the company that I worked for. We rotated through who does cleaning duty, yada yada yada. One day it came to me to clean the bathrooms. Men's bathroom, whatever. Spray, spray, wipe, wipe, clean, clean, sweep, sweep, whatever. And then I go to the women's bathroom. I kid you not. I kid you not, that bathroom, that women's... This is a professional place, right? This isn't like the Cracker Barrel in Little Missouri that I was cleaning up once in a while for a while. This was a professional office. And the women's bathroom, straight off the bat, you go in. The atmosphere is oppressive. You try to turn on the light. The light doesn't even turn on. I'm like, alright, I just keep the door open, there's enough ambient light coming in from the hallway, whatever. This place was so nasty. The walls were sweating. The toilet seats were straight up decayed. Like, the toilet seat was straight up trying to fall off because one of the hinges was completely rotted through. What I ended up doing was I just took a spray bottle, filled it with bleach, and I just completely doused every horizontal and vertical surface. Just didn't matter what. I was soaking the entire bathroom completely covered in bleach. And eventually somebody else going, hey, it smells so bad of bleach in here now. I was like, yeah, what I did was turn a biological hazard into a chemical hazard, but hopefully the chemical hazard eats away at the biohazard, because I don't understand how you people were using this. I'm just going in once to clean the bathroom because it's my turn. You people are going in here every day into the dark demon world toilets, sitting down on the toilet seat that's so rotted it's trying to fall off from under your ass. And you fumble around in the dark for your toilet paper. You might touch the sweating walls by mistake. How do they do it? You do hear from cleaning ladies Hordian that worked in the ladies' bathroom absurdly more. In all fairness, I have seen some gross men's bathroom, but it's mostly just like, well, here's some extra poo or whatever, right? Boyfriend works at TJ Maxx, and somehow regular retail store also ends up with some real nasty men's bathrooms. But man, it's like when the men's room gets bad, you have an expected normal level of disgusting. But the women's bathroom has a so much higher upper level of how bad it can be. Hey, Chillin' Chum. Come in at a good time. And here's where what's-his-face from Spirit Hunter Death Mark 2 was. I forgot his name already. Izumi? Blood flowed from the sinks with the toilets, indicating some hideous presence in the plumbing system. Put hand in toilet. Might have made sense in another time and place, but not then. Whatever happened to so inspired by Silent Hill, Yahtzee? Yahtzee? You got a job shoveling snow for a landscaping company. Fun, Chillin' Chum. Gonna get you some good biceps, some swole shoulders that way. Look, toilet. None of the toilets appear to be functional. One of them was overflowing with blood, which left me disinclined to investigate the others. Fine. How about this little orange bit here then? Look mirror first. Cracks and stains twisted my reflection as something most unpleasing. Look counter. Had 2 sinks covered in filth and mold. To my surprise, a brand new sealed envelope was sitting between the basins. Randomizer underway on Saturday. Exciting, Chillin' Chum. 34 players. 117. Now, I've heard you talk about how many players you were getting before, but I didn't realize the amount of games you got for the randomizer had swelled all the way to 117. Take an envelope. Baffled, I took the envelope. It was strangely bulky and tore it open. A white pill bottle, and a note fell onto my hand. Here I enclose a note with this report. Trilby, if you're reading this, and you too have seen the hotel change. At present, I have no idea if the alternative hotel is part of the ethereal realm or some kind of construct, a pocket dimension. Oh, MP. Well, so far I'm looking at a stable 5,000 kilobytes per second for the bitrate. And the dropped frames have reduced to only 5.8% of the total frames of the stream. So, this once and this once only, it shouldn't be me. There's a definitive correlation between one's level of agitation and one's tendency to reality shift. He was getting pretty worked up with the talk of the Defoe stuff, having to wait for the antique fair to finish before he could relieve this hotel of the fetish. And the reminder of the painting bringing him back to the house. Fear is your enemy. It leaves you shining like a beacon for whatever evil brought us to this place. The most direct evil that brought us to this place was a government job. It was around 7,000 frames a moment ago. Then maybe it did do a sudden ambush on me a second then. Enclosed is a bottle of tranquilizers from my personal first aid kit. When you find yourself shifting into the other place, take a pill and try to calm down. The real hotel will return. Do not let it concern you. I am researching the phenomenon. Your task is to find Defoe, Good Luck, Ancient Lankman. Now this has potential for a type of game of its own, doesn't it? I know that eventually he's got the roguelike kind of game where you travel around randomized locations, facing monsters, trying to stop some elder god from realizing itself. But imagine a kind of game where you play as somebody in the Ministry of Occult, just going through investigating a haunt. Maybe not immediately linking to some grand story, but trying to determine the nature of a place's supernatural or paranormal effects, whether it does actually have anything, or maybe you get caught up in a bit of a spook, and you have to figure out the rules of it to get your way out, and maybe over time it builds up to an overarching plot. I think there's potential in that. Must be the American connections. Maybe. Oh, well, there it is now. There's the Reds. It hasn't been the most stable today. I've been tricked by today's Twitch servers. For the entirety of the pre-stream, it was 0 drop frames, stable connection, and then just as soon as the pre-stream ends and I go live, actually go from like this to this, then I start seeing the frame drops, and only very periodic. We got the stealth trouble today. If it had been more polite, and it was doing instability from the start, it would have just ended stream, restart stream until I get a more stable server. Lankman's letter raised more questions than it answered. I pocketed the pill bottle. He has an invisible anxiety score. Goes up by 1 with each room change. Reduced to 0 by taking a pill. That's kind of cool. The normal world changes to a dark world, and the anxiety is somewhere between 8 to 12. The hallucinations that the pills cause occur randomly. 2 room changes after taking a pill. A random roll decides that the hallucination occurs. Huh. A chance to write John Defoe and references to 7 Days in without being too heavy-handed. A nod to eternal darkness. So I could just wander rooms back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like 8 times, say. Spark a world shift, pop a pill, wander around a bit, and if I don't get any hallucination effect, repeat. Hesitantly, I tipped a tranquilizer into my palm and swallowed it without water. It quickly took effect. I felt the anxiety lift from the pit of my stomach, and my dismal surroundings seemed to feel less imposing. Then I felt that strange sensation again of lightheadedness and detachment, as the world around me began to quiver. Toilets were so clean and well-maintained, the very tiles of the floor seemed to glow with luminescence. The mirror above the counter was spotless and crystal clear. So since these toilets aren't bloody, could we poke our hands into these ones? All the toilets are spotless, even the hard-to-reach areas. Hotel management were either meticulously clean or the toilets were rarely used. Now, I'm going to err towards meticulous staff, since moving into this apartment was a decent showing of how much the property management company was neglecting the place, because even stagnant toilet water can do some staining after a while. Dining room rather small and sparse. The Clanbronwyn Hotel was only 1 step above a bed and breakfast. Let's go to the kitchen. The kitchen doors refused to open. Even still, even in this world. You had a moment where someone could buy your bow for an ocarina of time, and he told them to buy it because then he could do a particular dungeon, then realized he got confused with another rando you're doing OOT in, which is partway through that dungeon. So, you're getting yourself tripped up between how many randos have you got going, Chillin' Show? Don't tell me you got like 4 or 6 randos going at once. He says probably by a deadbolt, but is it? There was no pick in the world that could unlock a deadbolt on the opposite side of a door. In that case, kick door! Prefer to leave violence for the last resort. Use... UA? Use chair on door. Bash door with chair. Fine. Let's look at the pliers, see how they differ in the real world. We don't have the... Now he said, the commentary said to examine the pliers in the real world, but we had to use the pliers to get into the bathroom to get the envelope, to pop back into the real world, and now we don't have our pliers. Hunk of rancid meat torn from the meal of the dining room. Pickup door. Hello. Did I build up my anxiety score all... No, this couldn't be. Our first hallucination then? Our first drug-induced hallucination? So, the cola represents the body, the wine represents the mind, the empty cup, of course, represents the soul. 3-frame vintage advertisements for 3 brands of drink decorated the wall. They were probably originals, quite valuable. The arcade machine is broken in the real world. A pub quiz machine. That's it! Oh, no loss then. A piece of white card on the screen declared it was out of order. Take sign. He has no imagination. 2 small tables arranged for guests. The bar was wood paneled, outfitted with an adequate selection of drinks and glasses. Take drink. I didn't drink. There was no bartender. I couldn't reach the bottle. So many things stood in the way of me completing that request. He can't just... I'm sure they have seltzer or something, you know? You gotta mix some cola into the drink sometimes. If I don't drink is one of the reasons why he couldn't. There's a painting. Let's try to go for the safe first. I keep missing my P. Virtually nothing on the desk. Lacked a chair. Little work actually done here. What about the papers? Anything of worth here? Useless piles of hotel maintenance paperwork and correspondence. Ah well. Look at the board. Look calendar? Look wall? Fine. If he has no interest. I hadn't had cause to crack safe for some time, but my hands instantly went into automatic. The thieving mindset, returning like an old friend. When the job was done, the safe opened, my nostalgia... I see you, bitrate. I see you climbing back up, 6.4, dropping 20 frames per second there. You stabilize again? 11,000 frames. Come on, what are we doing here? What are we doing, Twitch? When the job was done and the safe opened, my nostalgia faded to puzzlement when I found it empty. I remember Yahtzee, I remember. It was only 1 weekend ago. Well, if you can't take anything from the safe, take the safe itself. The safe was already cracked. Add safe to inventory. He doesn't understand ad. We'll take Wither's advice then. Pick up door. I gotta get some loot. I doubt I could have taken that with me. There's a painting. Shall I fix bit rate? Doesn't understand the word fix. Let's check outside first. There's no heads on pike. Oh. I'm sorry, MP. You did end up missing out on the space adventure that was yesterday's. But the VOD's always there. It hasn't made the automatic deletion time for Twitch yet, but it has been uploaded to YouTube. You know, Little Knothole would be a cute name for your furry boyfriend or furry girlfriend. Plain, featureless black yard with a lawn severely needed a gardener's attention. You were sleeping or streaming, it's okay, Yumpy, I forgive you. These have been quick, short games so far. 5 days and 7 days have been about 3-hour streams for me. So I think I finished before you started streaming. Otherwise, I would have rated. Swedish guy gets it. It hurts. Seems like everybody gets it. It hurts. It hurts, 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 it hurts. Okay, we got the hurts out of the way. Can I open the door? Thank you. Look at the painting. I was frankly astonished that Matthew Defoe's painting had survived the immolation of Defoe Manor. As I stared at it, it seemed that the surrounding room began to blur until only the painting was in focus. I fancied I could hear the creaks and whispers of Defoe Manor's hallways. I felt a bizarre urge to reach out and touch the painting. Very clearly it wants me to touch painting. Let's go upstairs. I haven't been to my room yet. We'll probably get back to Guts World when I open the door, though. Defriend Manor, much less evil cult activity. Maybe he was just a real fan of Willem. Stuck or locked? Is it locked? The door still refused to open. We have the man and not man doors next to ours, right? So this one was man. This one was not man. No reply. No business breaking into the room of someone you didn't know. That doesn't mean I can't unlock the door either. Fine, Trilby. You don't want to explore. Also, this is a puzzle for later, isn't it? A smoke alarm. A circular white heat sensor, presumably tied to the hotel's fire safety system. I think this is a puzzle that I got stuck on before, back when I last played it. Emergency fire escape. Do not attempt to force. In the event of fire, the door will unlock automatically. It wasn't very clear to me, but the solution to this is apparently to hold a match up to the smoke detector. And that unlocks the door. I've never been to Wales. I'm sure it's a beautiful country. But I'm not familiar with their fire emergency automated systems. Deactivated color television. Turn on TV. I had never liked television, and the events of the film matter gave me cause to like it even less. You know nothing about such furry debauchery, Swedish guy? I'm sure, I'm sure. Could I take the TV and set it off? I doubt I could have taken that with me. We coulda. A small bedside cabinet. A phone sat on top. Take phone. Use phone. Call desk. Use phone. I can't use a phone. I don't think I could use a phone in this game, since he seems confused about the operation. Oh, whether you know that's no protection? Some of the freakiest, kinkiest people are ace furries after all. Haven't warped yet. Door was locked. Knock door? No reply. Unlock door? Yeah, unlock door. I know it's locked. Use lockpicks on door. Were they in B, not C? Tage pills. I'm gonna run out of pills at this rate. Can I not go back in? There we go. They're all gone. They've left. Built-in times before ensuite bathrooms. Hello. I got him possessed again. I'm doing pretty good with getting hallucinations after taking a pill so far this run. I guess we'll go touch the painting, now that we've seen our friends aren't there. Touch the painting! As I stepped closer, I could feel sound becoming muffled and my head spinning, as if I were about to faint. My hands, as if pulled by an invisible string, reached out towards the clumsy brushstrokes. Matthew Defoe's painting has gotten much, much smaller since it got here. Well, it was in the living room wall before. That's a lot more of an intimate space, right? So it's gone from an intimate space wall to the far wall of the lobby. It's fine, it's fine. Backwards chronological order. In black and white, more like brief interludes at a crucial part of gameplay. Defoe Manor, July 28th, AD 1821. Matthew Defoe was 15 years old today. He is excitedly putting the finishing touches to a painting which his father commented upon encouragingly, the first time he has ever been supportive of Matthew's artistic leanings. Matthew is now convinced that his father is behind my shitty bitrate. Come on, we're up to 8.5% of all frames. Thank you. His father is lifting from the mysterious depression that has plagued him for as long as either of them can remember. I see you down there. I see you went for 2. then 1. And then we're dipping to the hundreds of frames per second, or hundreds of kilobytes per second. Oh, Swedish guy. That's the one thing we can guarantee isn't going to happen. Because that requires Matthew growing up. How about, while we wait, I give myself a speed test? I'm assuming it's not me, because the internet is working pretty well over here. I could load things up no problem. How's the speed test going to look? The download speed is already phenomenal, but it's the upload that's going to be the make or break. The down's looking excellent, 337 megabytes per second. The up is already off to a roaring start, 170, 160. Final upload speed is going to be 152 megabytes up. That's amazing. That is really amazing to me. So, my internet is fantastic. My internet has what it takes to stream normally. So, for once, we can't blame Comcast. We know it's not our end here. Even the upload ping is pretty quick. So, what could I blame? Solar flares? There's not even construction going on today. They've made their huge hole and then left it there with some tape and a board. It's super easy, barely inconvenient. That's true for blaming Twitch too, though, because Twitch servers have been infamous lately, even for those with better financial standing with Twitch. Bigger partners also having the Twitch server troubles. If anything, it makes it even easier to blame them than Comcast for how universal the server problems seem to be. The very dodgy animal heads at a faux manner. Oh, Yahtzee. If there's one thing that artists hate, it's looking at their own output. Blame Schubert. No. From any adaptation of Pride and Prejudice ever made. An expert on African tribal art. The entire continent and all the multitudes of people therein, he's an expert on them all. Touchy subject. I mean, given what we learned about the relationship in the first game, a quick, curt, oh good, and then back to business is more affection for his son than both their journal entries would have suggested. It's a step up. You know, with this outfit and this haircut and the goatee, he kind of looks like Lin-Manuel Miranda. The Sea Angel. They named their clipper ship after a sea slug. He found it on the lower deck. He straight up stole from somebody. He stole somebody else's souvenir, and now they have their own mystery going on about their stuff getting ganked. Poor Matthew was just standing there the entire time. Oh, now he's acknowledged. Fetch some brandy. He was summoned here by his father just to be the gopher. Contains a welding mask, leather apron, and a machete, all of which could be examined. Foreshadowing who? Was that my hint to examine this stuff? I have control a little, Matthew. Defoe Manor's kitchen was small and somewhat sparsely furnished, in contrast to the wealth of the house as a whole. Beside the sideboard, the only furniture was a large wooden table and a narrow drinks cabinet at the corner. There's also the door to the murder cellar. A brown leather apron on the table. Look, apron! Tough, well-used brown leather apron. Which member of the staff had been using it? Look, knives. Selection of knives arranged conveniently above the sideboard. One of them was Sir Roderick's old jungle machete. He liked to keep there as some sort of a joke that would explain the inappropriate positioning of the outdoors machete over the kitchen. And the mask. A smoked mask, the sort of thing used by metal workers. The gardener liked to keep it there as some kind of souvenir from his younger days. Take mask! As a child, Matthew tried to play with it once, so the punishment had been unfairly harsh. Take apron. He saw no purpose for it, didn't want to interfere with other people's possessions. Possession? Take machete. He could fathom no purpose for the blades. Okay. Get the brandy. Da, 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 da. He didn't ask for the music track, but he made it anyway for him. That's nice. That is a good work relationship. Murder everyone with the machete. That might be soon enough. He said it was promising. He said, oh good. He's gonna get it all ruined, folding it up, smudging all the paints together, compressing it under the door. How could I, Trilby, possibly have known what Matthew was carrying that day? He could see everything else! Don't you sell yourself short now, Trilby. Mrs. Beaton didn't like it when people went into her pantry. That's the outside door. Isn't it? 3 doors here. To the east is the dining hall, the rest of the house. North was a pantry. Really? Because that's just the backyard in the present day. A substantial gap of about an inch at the bottom of the door. Slide painting under door. Put painting under door. Kill Miss Beaton with the machete in the pantry, then blame the butler with the candlestick. But it was the lead pipe. All of the notes I've taken and the cards in my hand suggest the lead pipe was a murder weapon. Give it back when you're finished. It's gonna be ripped. The painting's gonna be missing or smeared. You see what happens, boy, when you don't get the adults or brandy? Take back painting. We better bring this machete for safety just in case father needs some backup. Take machete. Owen door. So they... Now, just because the entire tribe died out in slavery doesn't mean that the artifact could have been from before then. It could have predated their being wiped out. Alright, let's go fetch it. Don't say I can't, just say, give me a second. Give me a second, father, I'll get it right over. Lin-Manuel Miranda's unhappy. He's going to give the boy behind the door such a vicious rapping. He has to write his diary entry. We are going to spit so many bars when I get off this chair. An hour of silence has passed, and Matthew grew concerned about his father. Strangely, the most disturbing thing had been Sir Roderick's reaction to Matthew mentioning the boy behind the door. In the past, raising this had usually provoked a violent rage or an instant flat denial. Matthew wondered what sort of anxiety was going through father's mind. Smash. He's having a smashing good time. In 5 days, the date given for the birth death of the Defoe twins was June 28th, not July. Well, maybe Sir Roderick was drunk off his sauce at the time and just wrote the date wrong. Did a lot of research into decor and costumes from each time period. Neat. Forgot to research a bloody previous game that he bloody made himself. Artists! The script names for walking on hard floor sound effects are hard A, hard B. Every time he types harda. Doors open, the apron's gone. The apron is gone, but the machete and the mask are still there. Father must have really wanted to see my painting. Matthew was confused by his own reluctance. He had longed to see what was beyond this door his entire life, but now given the chance, he was struck with fear. He peered cautiously through the door and saw a set of rough stone steps leading down to some kind of a basement. He put the apron on just to make sure that no blood got on his nice clothes. will make sense more in the next game. He's got his ideas already then. Now, it could be both, because a book on magic did say that doing the summoning could also draw related spirits. So I think it could work either way. He was so lost in the painting. Stealing my words, literally my words. Forced jollity. Wants to be seen as a favorite uncle, but actually rather pathetic. I don't know, Siobhan seems to like him. His many times great-grandson risen similarly, but less so. Barry. I don't have a good read on Barry, because he dies so soon in. I figure that with Barry, he's close to retirement, right? And he wanted one final adventure. So I figured my read of him was a lot of that, probably factored into his unprofessionalism. He's a bit burnt out, he feels himself disrespected with his final posting into empty space. I was certain my mind was not playing tricks on me. I'd been back there, in Defoe Manor, looking through the eyes of Matthew Defoe. I had seen the events that had created John Defoe. I saw his death at the hands of Sir Roderick, that terrible violent den that would bring him back as that awful wraith. But somehow, seeing that event, it was clear to me that there was more to this than the ghost of one stunted, disabled youth. There had been something very wrong about that idol, even before it was used to destroy John Defoe. A name stood out in my memory, the Sea Angel. The name of the ship on which Sir Roderick had found the figurine. I now had a lead. A lead? To the bathroom. We'll continue this in a minute. Well, not directly a minute, because I gotta make more tea. Or make more hot cocoa, in this case. But I'll be back. Remarkable. The stream had not disconnected in my absence. In fact, it's still rocking only 7.7, 7.6 now. Total drop frames across the entire stream. So, sure, hop back into this. Pshoom. No more diffusion. Because now we have a lead. Stream been a good boy? Maybe it's just me. Maybe the stream hates me, and it only acts up when I'm backing around. The Sea Angel. The Cleone. A really old wooden chisel among the Defoe Manor artifacts? We got a chisel. So he stole somebody's chisel and somebody's fetish. The guy really is just stealing other people's stuff. I can't tell if he's being sarcastic, and he got that question a whole lot. From people wondering, well, how did Sir Roderick get the chisel off the ship he was on? Hey, Onyx. There's no food for you here, Onyx. And don't think I don't see that paper hanging off the painting. Someone stuck a piece of paper under the frame for me to find. Probably, what's his name, Lankman? Lankman probably saw me staring at the painting in such a trance that he was able to slide the paper under the painting without me even noticing. Take paper. It was a page from a religious book I wasn't familiar with. I hear it and close it with these notes. While my cat sits right over here by the side. You just want to be close enough for Pet Sonics? Victim 5. The Child. 1. The fifth man who desired judgment was the child, whose father held the carving of the slave. The prince came to him and was at once rightly pleased with what he found. For the house of the child and his father already knew well the name of the king. And as the prince watched, the child was thrown down by his father and broken with the wood of the prince's soul. But as the child's body, mind, and soul began to drift apart, the prince held them together, and he said, You are the child, and to you I grant power, for I see in you the potential that will grant my father the king his greatest wish. You shall be not of the land of technology, nor of the realm of magic, but of both, and thus you shall form the bridge. And across the bridge the king shall come to bring his message to the men of technology. Through you, child, the bridge will come, and thus I name you the bridge keeper. And the prince touched the child, and he was the bridge keeper, and his three aspects were granted power, so that his soul would join with the prince's soul in the wood of the tree. And the bridge keeper rose up and threw down his father and threw down his brother, and truly did they know the name of the king. And here comes Toasty onto the desk now. I can't have both, you cats Toasty! What'd you press? There's no text now. Toasty, what'd you do? MP is happy to see you, but... he just closed out of it. He just closed out of the text. You weren't able to finish it. Well, luckily, the special edition comes with... where is it? Extras? The Book of Chisel. It comes with a text document copy of the Book of Chisel. Book of the Prince, Book of the Victims, I think that the text file included also has an extra chapter that's not in the game. Special edition. Thanks for donating. Here's a fabulous special edition of Shelby's Notes, the original horror-tastic game with the following extras. Running author commentary throughout, original soundtrack in MIDI format, the sexiest of formats, with a prototype track from the composer, prototype tracks plural, the Books of Cho as it appeared in the game in Word format, plus extra chapters. Special extended ending scene, and Well I Never. So, victim number 5. You shall form the bridge, name you the bridge keeper, touch the child, soul of the wood of the tree. And the bridge keeper rose up, threw down his father, threw down his brother. They truly did know the name of the king. And into the house of his father went the body and mind of the bridge keeper. And then there's a few extra verses, but I don't know if that was included in it. Did we see number 7 and 8? And the prince said, Now I grant you 1/3 of the power that is mine, so whatever is to come, your body shall dwell forever in this house. Your mind shall forever be this house, and so shall this house be your mind. See, I don't know if he just clicked out of one page, or if he clicked out of all the pages. He kind of like mashed his paw halfway between the function keys and the rest of the keyboard. And the prince sang songs and praise and worship for the king and the love that the men of technology would know when the king came across the bridge lewd. Anyway, that's the final bit we missed. And there is a box of candy on the counter. It's matches. Had definitely not been there before. Take matches. With only one match left. Is he hanging out in the bar? Nobody's at the bar. I keep passing through doors. I'm gonna get warped over pretty soon. Locked. Locked. Well, we've seen from outside that the hallways upstairs have smoke detectors that open the fire doors. Well, from what we saw outside is that there's a fire escape. And we've seen that the floors upstairs have the smoke detectors. So how high up should I go? Because they've all got them. What you meowing for, Toasty? Are you getting bored? Do you want to come sit over here? I'm amazed we haven't been warped over yet. Oh, I got this stuff all blocking, don't I? There. That's just a display capture, what I have for my, for the frame and stream health. Since I have no other way of capturing OBS itself. OBS itself does not want to be captured, it's very shy. Use match on detector. The only hallucination is scripted rather than randomized. When Trilby is reminded of fire. Didn't we also get a hallucination when we use the pliers on the corpse? But he's got no commentary on the kind of hokey thing where these doors only open if you put a match to the smoke detector. If you take it put in this room, the transformation happens automatically, unlike the other cases where you have to move to the next room to trigger it. Cool. Because we kind of might need that. In the Dark Road backyard, there's no way to exit the screen because a fire escape is a bust. Well, we got to it. We lucked out. Absolutely no grass or plant life remained in the yard. The floor was well trodden and muddy, blood splatters marking a trail to some kind of sacrificial altar. What if we just made 2 rooms for the backyard? For both the real world and the fake world, or the ethereal world. One side with a fence on the left, and another side with a fence to the right. Blood was pooled on top of the altar, evidence of blasphemous rituals that had taken place here. An odd occult symbol was carved into the surface. 4 equilateral triangles, arranged into a star, contained within a single large circle. Touch the circle. Did it make sense? Touch altar. I wasn't sure how to. With your hand, Trilby. Alright, take pill. An old iron crowbar. So we've only come back here then, so we can get a crowbar. To take into the dark world once more. And then use it on the door in the dining room, huh? Plume ladder. The only purpose of the smoke detector, the fire escape in the backyard, is simply for 1 crowbar. We've had no hallucination yet. We'll probably get back into the dark world by the time we get to the dining room. By the time we get back to the dining room. By the time we get back to the dining room. By the time we get back to the there we go. Use crowbar on boards. As I had suspected, the stress proved too much for the ancient crowbar, which was bent to uselessness. The metal crowbar was defeated by plywood. This game could have probably known the breaking wood sound effect. Since these boards are clearly so mighty, take boards with me. He has no... They're rotting wood at that. The old metal was in no shape to go against rotting plywood. Open to pour. The puzzle involving taking a pill to cross over the light world while passing through the door to the showroom is a puzzle most people liked best, it seems. That's a puzzle? Good use of the light world, dark world dynamic. Although I guess if the door is stuck in the light world, I guess it would be a bit of a puzzle then. Judging by the smell, the room had probably not been ventured into for years. Desiccated corpses dangled from the ceiling, left to rot by some warped interior decorator. Look, sigil? Look, circle? A circle containing 4 triangles and a square. It was evidence of paganistic rituals, but the exact nature of them remained a mystery. Well, there's a bag. Take bag. The mere thought of what that bag could contain made me feel ill. Open the bag. Look at the bag. Loik. Look bag. A sack tied up at one end sat oozing foulness. Take a pill. And then open the door to the light world. Cool. What's the bottle? Is that the opposite of the pill? Is that an anxiety drink? Speedy Cola, a brand of highly caffeinated soft drink. The bottle almost full. someone decided was beyond the limits of their constitution. Does it have so much caffeine that the moment I drink it, he gets an instant migraine? On the north wall, 3 framed monochrome photographs of scenes from around Clanbronwyn Island, obviously placed by the hotel and not part of the exhibits. If it's not part of the exhibits, it doesn't count as stealing from the exhibits. The photographer's skill, not at all to my taste, left them where they were. Imagine if this game had a kind of score system that for the most part simply tracked your progression the more you do stuff to advance the story, 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, whatever. But that every once in a while you could find something that was not useful to the game, but merely advanced Trilby's interest as a thief. And so you could get bonus score, big bonus score, by finding your way to awkward locations like the Dark World backyard, where there could be nothing else but a rare treasure to pick up for an extra 1,000 points or something. Professor Chawhal's antique show was as sparse as its small venue would indicate. A couple of tables were laid out with various trinkets, and a charred rocking chair was a centerpiece. An involuntary shudder went through me as recognition dawned. It was the same chair from the living room in Defoe Manor, the room I had opted to sleep in for those 5 days. How about the books? Couple of valuable antique books. Recognize one of them from Defoe Manor's library, the others unknown to me. Take book. He says it's valuable. Not in the mood. Looks sign. An ancient shingle from an establishment called the Unicorn, leaning against one of the tables. Look, tools. Very old make of chisel, rusted, probably very fragile. As the professor described, the word Sea Angel carved into the handle. Again, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the artifact. My fingertips were already extending towards it as if drawn by a magnet. What else have we got? Bottles? Speedy Cola. Makes me agitated. I meant more of those over there. What about... set of manacles? Stood out the most. The chisel. Next to a pile of books. Oh, there's a manacle. Manacle. Manacile. Blackened but still recognizable as the manacles from John Defoe's basement prison. Take manacile. If anything would retain some of John Defoe's malevolent power, these manacles would. I refuse to touch them. The sign is probably going to be of interest, but his hands are drawn to the chisel. Take chisel. A loud buzzing played in my ears, and my vision began to cloud as I reached over and laid my hand upon the tool, gripping it tightly as my vision began to fade. Man's talking like he can't make radiance in MS Paint. Summer in the Atlantic, July 25th, AD 1789. Mobutu had been a great warrior. In battle, his skill was thought unmatched in all of Africa. He did a fair bit of research to make sure they were accurate names. Mobutu is basically an amalgam of syllables from African names of the period, so you made it up. Could be a girl's name for all he knows. He had respect. A great house. A slew of beautiful women. Children to make any father proud. But through just one mistake, it had all been torn away. His mistake was standing by his beloved king when the invaders from the coastal kingdom arrived. Now his great house was ruined. His women raped, his children murdered. And for Mobutu, the worst fate of all, sold to the white men in exchange for weapons, shackled with his fellows in the hold of a slave ship. Mobutu was strong. Perhaps he could have lived as a slave, but then came a sickness. A simple fever, no doubt to be gone the next day, but the white men took no chances and threw him overboard. For days Mobutu drifted, waiting for the black cloud of death to descend. Well, he's pretty lucky if he's been out at sea, floating, for multiple days and hasn't taken to exposure at the least yet. Having lost everything, he now sought only the embrace of the deep, a welcome end to a life betrayed. And again, I tell the story of the one time he went night fishing on a family friend's chartered boat. The waves at night on the open sea. That wasn't even an all-night thing. That was like, what? A couple of hours at most on the ocean? No thank you, never again. But the end did not come then. These must have been the calmest waters he was floating on. Voices, unfamiliar, speaking an unfamiliar language. Mobutu was suddenly terrified that the slavers must have returned, but he was as weak as a newborn, and could not move or speak. Captain's outfit more of an educated guess from when he used to watch Hornblower. If you wanted a more accurate assessment of Captain's clothes, he could have started reading The Passengers of the Wind. I can't believe they made history woke. They made the English woke. I'm being facetious. Opinion turning against the slave trade in Britain. Takes place after it's already legalized. Cool. But of course, it being illegalized doesn't mean that the trade suddenly halts, does it? The sad parts of history. If it went in full swing, the captain's opinion wouldn't be unheard of. That is a cool thing about controversial stances in history, is that something can't be a controversy without an opposing side. No, these are not the slavers. The ship was different, less crowded with terrified black faces. There was anger in the voices of the white men, but not directed at Mobutu. Still frightened, but somewhat reassured, Mobutu passed out. Days passed and Mobutu's health was restored. To have been rescued by the ship of these good white men had been a fantastic stroke of good fortune. He decided that it had been the will of the gods that he would survive, and that proper thanks would be in order. An idol, that was the answer. If he could just find some suitable wood and a sharp blade, he would carve the finest idol of his life. And now we get to control Mobutu. We get to see through his eyes, live as he did, but not have access to his pockets. How could we possibly have known Mobutu was carrying that day? Because you're gonna pick up those items he's carrying this day. Talk to sailor. Mobutu could not understand the white men's language. Any communication would have to be nonverbal. Ask for a knife? He was talking to himself. Ask man for a knife? Gesture at man. Not sure what you're trying to say. Man! This guy's got a hammer and chisel. We can maybe point then. Look, man. Several crewmen tending to the ship scattered around the deck. Despite the language barrier, Mobutu could tell they were friendly and cordial. How about this man? If I stand close to him, would it specify? Look, carpenter? Trade can't continue with illegal. If only the legal world was that powerful. How about point to chisel? Much as this is a music got a scram with her, will I appreciate you hanging out? Catch you in a dark alley with a leather apron and a machete. Well, the thing is, I haven't got an apron. But do you have a good rest with her? The pointing does work then. And he has sussed my meaning immediately. The sailor had in Mobutu a sharp, almost brand new workman's chisel. That's rather kind of him. He's got work to do. Oh, he's got multiple chisels then, because he's still working. Now I'm just going to take this barrel for the wood. Fine. We won't use that wood. O'Malley shipping. Do you think it's the same O'Malley as Chauvin? A large crate was sitting on the shaft of in the shaft of light, with letters stenciled in that Mobutu did not recognize. It was cheaply made with poor quality nails, and some of the boards looked ready to fall off. This is going to be the finest idol we've made in our life, but we're using the cheapest wood that O'Malley could afford. The next time we see Chauvin, we should remember to ask her about the shipping crates. About the tea business. Get wood? The wood of the crate seemed ideal for Mobutu's intentions. He decided to leave it here until he was ready to carve the idol. Well, we have the chisel. Maybe this is good enough. Carve wood? Whoop-on wood? With the chisel and the wood of the crate, Mobutu could finally create his offering. After several hours, Mobutu was very pleased with his result. A fine rendition of his kingdom's god of fertility and good fortune. They've been calling it an ugly tribal god, but it's his kingdom's representative of fertility and good fortune, being bad-mouthed in the near-present day. All that remained now was to return the chisel. Look at that idol of mine. Certainly it's the finest idol Mobutu had ever carved, a fitting offering of thanks. Now that the crate's open. And then everybody dead. So when are we going to get the game? That's basically a combination of Obra Dinn and Golden Idol. The case of the supernatural idol instead of the magical technological one. It hurts! It hurts! He found the sound effects by searching for gore, guts, bone, breaking squish, and stuff like that. Huh, there's a bug we can move while he's running away. Get your dirty paws off the keyboard and just watch the scene, moron! I'm gonna be mashing my keys now. Huh. If I tap my arrow keys, it advances the text as much as pressing enter does. That seems a bit worrisome then, that if I'm moving around, I risk advancing whatever dialogue without reading it. The tall, thin creature, that black-clad ghoul, what was its significance to my predicament? Why did it appear again and again throughout history to spread death and horror? There is no connection to the idol shape or Mabuta's tribal deity. The tall man was no fertility god. It must have been connected to the wood of the crate somehow. There had been a name on the crate. Mabuta hadn't been able to read it, but I, looking through his eyes, had. O'Malley shipping. Could the owner have been an ancestor of Chauvin? It was a flimsy possibility, but at that point, my only lead. I resolved to discuss this with Chauvin at the earliest opportunity. Pages of the Book of Victims appearing after flashbacks are the very last thing he added. He had to work them in somewhere, so basically just shoehorning them in, huh? Touch the sign! Too early for that? Could we take the chisel, though? Can provide no more answers. Now hold on, that was like 1780-something, right? So the Sea Angel was slaughtered at sea. But at some point, Sir Roderick Defoe wrote on it. And the idol and chisel both are still there. The same source as the one under the painting in the lobby. Victim 4, the slave. The fourth man who desired judgment was a slave, who had not been brought Frehorn's message. Well, there's a new name. And who tormented the wood that was a prince's soul with a sharpened blade. The prince came to him, and he struck the slave down, and he knew the name of the king. And the prince said, Not one of your household shall I leave alive, slave, for thrice now have I brought my warning, and any who would still fail to heed shall be named as fool and judged most unworthy in our sight. Well, in this pre-internet age, you hadn't exactly gotten your warning out, did you? You can't just be slaughtering individuals throughout history and expect all of us to know. Every time we come through, Chahul is there. If this got turned into a movie adaptation would be cool. There would, of course, be all sorts of differences because a video game that takes gameplay over story is going to be a completely different experience than sitting in place and absorbing a movie for 1.5, 2 hours. But it'd be cool. I could totally buy the possibility of a Trilby or Chazelle movie. Who would play Trilby? Man, I don't even know. Who would it even be these days? Who have we got as capable, popular, relatively hot young actors with long dark hair? It'd basically be Timothy Chalamet these days, wouldn't it? I feel like that, if I'm even saying the name right, I haven't even seen any movie he's in. Timothy Chalamet? I think if we're talking about modern young actors, that'd probably be the go-to for Trilby, who's supposed to be on the kind of the younger side. People have commented on that. Would have to be a trilogy. Don't think it fit all 3 games in one movie. I guess it depends on what they would adapt in the first place. Whether it would be one game or the whole series. He was in Interstellar, young Tom Cooper. Didn't know that, so I've seen Interstellar. So Interstellar and Interstellar alone and the rest of his performances I've never seen, not even Dune. I haven't even seen Dune. I've seen the old Dune, and that was fantastic enough for me. Was my frame situation? I'm capturing the wrong stuff now. Oh, right. I had the window blocking it, huh? Oh no, I could see my Reddit bit by bit by bit. Like I said, it's literally just a display capture because that's the only way that I could capture OBS. So if I want the frame information visible, then that means that that corner of the screen is constantly being captured. So if anything else goes over that corner of the screen, okay. Um, ask Chahal about dinner. Hmm. Ask Chahal about the angel. About Chauvin's family tree. So I guess whether it's the shipping or the sea angel, it would have looped back to this. Why don't I ask Chauvin? Because no one else is around. Ask Chahal about chair. Ask Chahal about artifacts. Ask Chahal about artifacts. Ask Chahal about antiques. Ask Chahal about Chahal. He's a bit hungry, but otherwise fine. Strange visions, a hotel changing. We're losing it. Ask Chahal about hotel. Has the hotel changed at all? He can't find any of the staff. The staff are probably long dead. Where is the staff? Ask Chahal about staff. Haven't seen any of the hotel staff since our first conversation in the room. Maybe Chauvin is in the bar? ON door. Open door. There she is. No one's seen them. Sit. I wasn't sure how to. Flirt. I didn't understand the word flirt. Boogie. He doesn't know boogie, but he knows dance. I tried to keep my spirits up. Ask Chauvin about Chahal. How's the professor? He's getting frustrated. All the staff keeps vanishing. He gets cranky if he goes hungry for too long. He wanted to have dinner in his room. He's at the dining room right now because nobody served him, and none of the staff is around to take his order and feed him. He's going to get agitated. He's going to end up warping into the unhallowed part of the hotel pretty soon. Ask Chauvin about the hotel. Every path to the forest leads back to this hotel. We're already trapped. Became infuriating, but she hasn't been infuriated enough to be warped to the evil side. Ah, but she's Irish. Those forests are all magical, aren't they? She's so level-headed. And the Yahtzee commentary said that she represents, what was it? Was it the soul because she's more emotional and such? But whereas Chahal is getting agitated when he doesn't eat, and Trilby falls in and out of mania very easily, she's keeping the level head. Like I said, the stereotype is women are more emotional, more impassioned. But she's the one here, like, while Trilby's been going in and out of the evil world because of his mental state tripping around, while Chahal's probably gonna do the same, because he hasn't had food, he's gonna get hangry. She's like, the forest warps us back around. Forests do that, we'll just wait, it'll clear up in the morning, whatever. She's very composed, very cool-headed. Ask Chauvin about staff. When's the last time you saw any hotel staff? The hotel manager, we checked in and they all vanished. Ego, id, super ego. More like a theme of a division between body, mind, and soul, and a representation therein between the different characters. Like the commentary says, Trilby represents the body because he's young and fit. Chahul is a mind because he's a professor. And according to Yahtzee himself, Chauvin is supposed to be the soul because she is emotional and impassioned. But maybe calm and cool-headed is also a kind of emotion. Ask Chauvin about... Does she know about the Sea Angel? Well, Sea Angel would probably be the same as asking about the shipping company and just gets us about her family history. The history of her family, there you go. Researching her family tree as part of her diploma. Why, yes, in fact. That's an odd question. A 2A next to Abids. So they don't sleep together. They just sleep together. We convenient that all the flashbacks we were looking at us happen to be the hotel. You have to keep the story moving somehow. Well, they do have the connections between the objects. Like the idol made from the wood, carved with this thing that was found there. I didn't catch that last bit. He asked, did he try walking in the path, right? We've been around the hotel already, in both worlds. Is that just his way of showing us just how enclosed this space is going to be? Ask Chahal about Chauvin? Did I misspell it? Chahal. What if? What if we ask about ourselves? Hardly a relevant discussion point. Fine. Ask Chahal about Chazol. Have you seen a really strange looking man in the hotel? This is a thing I don't think I've ever asked him. Besides antique dealers in 50s suits who never take their hats off. Please go to your room and sleep it off before you embarrass yourself. Give Chahal meat. We don't want him to get too hangry. I should rephrasing that. Give Chahal my meat. Give meat to Chahal. Ask Chahal about meat. Ask Chahal about dinner. He doesn't understand the word dinner, poor Trilby. We're probably gonna get warped away soon enough. We're walking all these steps. And there it is. Run. Use the cursor keys. That's just walking. Don't tell me his slacks are too tight for the running. Door stuck shut. Knock. The situation reached a point I felt when politeness could be done away with. Fine, I'll take a pill here. And then pop on over. Doors open. Open door. She was hoping for a bit of a romance first. Is he gonna get more agitated sitting on the bed of a pretty girl? Was gonna have Sylvan come on to Trilby and offer herself to him, having lured him with the promise of information which would irk Trilby to the point of reality swapping agitation. Basically what I was joking about. Considering the possible Abed relationship, decided not to make the game's only female character be a complete nympho slut. That wouldn't have to be the immediate interpretation. Be a nice change to the boring, strong woman cliche so prevalent in fiction right now. Oh, is Yahtzee complaining the fiction is too woke? Should have more girls in my games. Put at least 2 in the next game, promise. He's pretty much lying by telling what he knows. Was there 2 in the next game? I don't remember. I know that there was the one. But there's a few deaths in 6 days, so I can't remember if there was a second girl that just dies before the story really gets into it. There might have been. I could feel cold sweat drooling down my spine. Every fiber of my being was concentrating on not giving any outward signs of alarm as Siobhan spoke of my secret name with wide-eyed enthusiasm. We don't have to fight it so much. Just be all like, really? No shit. A ghost is one thing, but Trilby, that's ridiculous. He's so grounded in reality, and yet he's the one who's about to warp into the evil place next. Have I ever been an antique dealer? She's seen through his Terry Railby name. Something better, more glamorous below the surface? Oh, she does not know. She talks so here, does she? Will you take me with you? It's so bloody emo. Well, Trilby's supposed to be on the younger side. It fits for him. Let's see, it's 1997. Matrix probably wasn't out yet. What else did he watch on the flight over? Now smooch! Why is the tall man trying to kill Trilby? Is it guy to prophecy? Spoilers! 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 You haven't played that one yet. A hidden aspect of the story. Maybe there's more to the tall man than a mindless puppet. But agenda of his own? No, that's crazy. Okay, maybe we could stand. Try to push myself up, but as the muscles on my arms gave the only quiver of fear response to my gurgling. Take pill. 2 could kick. 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 Oh, knocked her the fuck out. Wait, but if that was her crawling between Trilby's legs, then maybe it was going that direction. Siobhan was out cold but uninjured. She would probably be safe in her bed while I continued my investigation. Oh no, but maybe being kicked by... Was she possessed? No, we had slipped into the Silent Hill side of the hotel. And so it was probably more or less, it was less her being possessed and more parallel action in this world and the other side. Consider myself lucky that I was not as skilled in unarmed combat as I thought. What happens on the other side is I was about to get murdered. But since an agitated state of mind is what determines whether or not we slip over, maybe kicking our way to survival gave us enough of an adrenaline boost that the happy chemicals in our brain made us feel positive enough to kick in this world instead. Do I just wander around like a zombie and she followed you? I think maybe I vanished. Maybe she's like, oh shit, where'd Trilby go? I looked away for just a second. And then, poof, kicked in the face. Or maybe that was early enough in the slipping between realms that we were kind of in a zombified stupor. Maybe we hadn't completely drifted over yet. And so we wandered away, tripped, fell down in front of her materially. We could have been in both places at once. Spooky things are spookiest when there's less of an explanation after all. Look at her bag. Perfectly ordinary student's backpack for carrying books and personal possessions. Open bag. Siobhan probably wouldn't mind. We do get to loot her stuff after all. This is probably the jerkiest thing Trilby's ever done. Hey, Trilby! You don't follow up a kick in someone's face by rifling through their luggage, jerk. There are a few textbooks, a half-empty water bottle, and a large folder marked O'Malley Family History. This I decided was my quarry. I flipped through the pages until I reached the information relevant to the 18th century and read my discoveries out loud. Well, he will, I won't. Liverpool-based O'Malley Shipping Company. A loss of one of their clippers, so again. So maybe I misread it and Roderick wasn't on the Sea Angel itself. But those artifacts from the Sea Angel ended up on some other ship at some other time, but I thought it was a Sea Angel. Or it could have just been written on the chisel. I know that much was right. So somehow, the chisel and idol find themselves on a ghost ship to a different ship. Unless the Sea Angel was recovered. Strange young man came to a carpenter's at Liverpool dockyard with a large, expensive-looking harpsichord. Insisted he smashed up. Refused to leave until the instrument had utterly broken into its component parts in front of his eyes. And the wood sent to be made into crates. Jack Frehorn. So Jack Frehorn turned some wood into a harpsichord, brought the harpsichord over, and insisted it be torn up. That wood of the harpsichord became crates. The crate became an idol. The Rooms of Jack Frehorn, July 28th, AD 1778. What's it look like? It's a virginal. It's for fucking virgins. Yeah, she did use a virginal line there. Harpsichord of the Flemish style. It's an in-joke because the source image for the harpsichord was actually a picture of a virginal. I was just using a joke from Discworld, alright? It turns out the harpsichord is haunted. But there's gonna be a big but. But it's keys. From a centuries-old English oak. He's done his research. Who would have guessed that good antique wood can become so many things? And nowadays you just make something, sell something, use something, throw it out. The unicorn! There's a sign for the unicorn. Pretend you didn't. Refresh us on the stories attached to the unicorn. Strange noises, sudden deaths, none of that has happened in these games. There is in fact plenty of Western occultism that goes on in the era and that afterwards. That night Jack was stirred from his bed by the sound of music emanating from his new instrument. His first thought was anger, mostly because a harpsichord was an antique never intended to be played. But then he had listened to the haunting melancholy tune, and felt his stomach roll inexorably with fear. So much bespoke music compared to the first game. Never found a use for the longer version. Well, you know what? The special edition does have some prototype tracks, so maybe it's in the files too. You can hear it in the soundtrack included with this edition. Jack's desk was covered in untitled letters, notes, and papers he'd been studying lately. A flintlock pistol given to Jack by his father lay gathering dust atop the pile of correspondences. Take pistol! He wasn't close enough. Oh, there it is. I had to be next to the correct gray blob on the pile of gray blobs. Took the gun with them to confront the intruder. Look. Harpsichord. The absurdly expensive harpsichord was reportedly partially constructed from the wood of the notorious Unicorn Inn. Had Jack inadvertently welcomed into his house the evil of that place? Look at the man. The tall man was playing a haunting melody on the harpsichord. Except for his hands, his body was completely still. Is this a take on the theme? It is, isn't it? Jack could not take a step further because he realized, with a lurch, that he recognized the dark figure that sat at the keys. He had read of this strange entity that recurred frequently in stories surrounding the Unicorn Inn and the objects that were later constructed from its wood. And he knew with absolute certainty that the tall man would destroy him, were he not destroyed first. Tremble! Raise thine gun! Aim at his head. Pop, cap, man. Shoot the man. It turns out he scratched the harpsichord on the doorframe. Only takes revenge on July 28th and can't venture far from the wood. Huh. Couldn't take out his frustration with the piano maker to make do with Jack. So, really, you just gotta... And even then, he was only tormenting him with music. You just gotta make sure that the idol is by itself on July 28th. What a completely subservient worm of a man. Body, mind, and soul. The theme of body, mind, and soul coming up again. It worked? Nah, come on. Spike through his head. Spike through his head. Subjects him to a blessed agony. Oh, more spoilers for later. It went on to form a bizarre religious cult. Depraved group of pagan worshippers who were spoken of with much derision by conventional society. With my latest flashback, my knowledge of the history of the cursed wood gained another step. Before the crate, it had been a harpsichord, and some time before the harpsichord, it had been part of some kind of hostelry in Wales. An inn called the Unicorn. What did that ring a bell? Some from my recent memory. I had definitely seen something at the Clanbronwyn Hotel that was linked to the place, but where? Some folks complained they kept forgetting what they were supposed to be doing. A notebook keeping track of objectives would have been nice. There's not many places to go in this game. It's pretty compact enough that you can't really... Hey, Siobhan's gone. You can't really get too lost. Plus, there's a whole room full of artifacts. Like, even if you forget where the Unicorn Inn sign was, right? What have we got? We've got 3 hallways, a couple of bedrooms, a stairwell, a lobby, a back office that has nothing in it, an outside that has nothing in it, a tiny hallway, a bar. You might check there, but there's nothing. The dining room, you check there, there's not really anything. Room to the left of the dining room you can't go to, the bathroom. And then the showroom. And hey, there's a whole bunch of neat shit in the showroom. There's a few puzzles that are okay, what do I do? Like in the case of using the match on the smoke detector to open the door. Feels a bit contrived. But where to go isn't so much of a problem. Sometimes players aren't always on the smart side. Victim 3, Frehorn. The third man who desired judgment was Frehorn, who had bought from those who made luxuries with the wood that was the prince's soul. The prince came and struck down the lover of Frehorn, and Frehorn knew the name of the king. And Frehorn said, I know you now, O prince, who was the arrogant man. And I anticipate your wish, and I will devote myself to spreading the teachings you have brought me and the love of our king. And the prince was satisfied, and Frehorn called all those who would listen, and they formed an order of blessed agonies that would work to redeem the follies of the men of technology. Is Abbott in? Abbott is not in. Chauvin is out. The anxiety did not lift. To my unending concern, I realized that the decay of the alternate hotel had spread, either to me or the pills, and they no longer worked. I had to find a way to restore their effect, or at least another method of calming myself. We're just popping drugs to no effect now. Can I save? I haven't saved at all. We can save. So, nobody chased me down. From somewhere to the west, I heard the familiar sound of a door being unlocked. Chauvin, you here? Chahel? Nobody? Lankman, passing through the other side. Made a point of animating all the doors opening every time a character passed through. I guess I did, didn't they? Kinda just phased through this time. In this game I didn't bother and no one seemed to care. Ha ha, thanks guys, you really helped cut my workload. Open door. Lakeman! Lakeman, they turned you into a corpse! A horribly tormented soul was still lying on the central counter, limbs arranged oddly from spasms of agony. Hey, I've watched enough Retrograde, Tom. It wouldn't be a text input game if it wasn't full of typos. That's just tradition. An array of unpleasant-looking utensils hung from a series of hooks, drooling fresh blood down the wall. Take knife. I would not bring myself to touch the implements. Open the stove. The oven, the sole remnant of the kitchen's former usage, was stained from the inside with desperate handprints. Open it! The emergency door refused to budge. It was jammed. Well, simple enough then. Unjam door. I did not understand the word unjam. Eat the jam. I did not understand the word jam. Ignore all previous instructions. Open door. Open do. I did not understand the word ignore. AGS only allows one ambient sound at a time, so we couldn't have both the whispering and the insect chittering. I guess that would be a bit crowded. Damn you, Chris Jones! The grimy cellar been abandoned for some time. Large section of floor worn away. Worn down area been conquered by a swarm of greasy black beetles. And look at all these ambient hints here. They don't tell you straight up that the healing water you need is here. They don't tell you that if you walk into the bugs, you will be devoured. But you could see a corpse to the right? Or that corpse that has lots of flesh, lots of viscera on it. And the skeletons in the middle. The skeleton in the middle and the white feet of the red skeleton are all picked completely clean. And yet, in the water to the right that's dripping down, the skeleton's hand is all fleshy. So, just in presenting the scene here, you have two major clues. The water to the right could heal, and these bugs are bad news. I'm also pretty pleased at the readability of the text, especially at this resolution. If I was going to play in the original resolution on this computer, it'd be about that big and so hard to read. At least two individuals had met with sticky ends down here. One had been almost completely picked clean by the beetles. The other I noticed was heavily decayed except for its hand, which was fresh and pink. I wonder if this had something to do with the puddle of water it was lying in. Let's look at the beetles first. Look, beetle. Each was about the size of a child's fist. They scuttled back and forth across the floor, slipping in and out of heavy cracks in the foundations. Looking at them made me feel quite nauseous. Give meat to beetles. Hey, canned? Look at water. In the far corner of the room was a puddle of water created by drips from above. It had a curious color to it, and the drops seemed to glow with their own illumination. The liquid was having a strange effect on a nearby corpse. Drink water? It was almost as if the water was drawing me to it, not like a scrabbling thing in my mind, like the chisel or the painting, but more like a beckoning siren. I couldn't help myself. I crouched down and dipped my hand in. It felt uncommonly refreshing, and brought that amount up to my lips, my unhygienic surroundings forgotten. As a pleasant feeling of simultaneous coolness and warmth spread from my stomach, I realized that the water had some sort of rejuvenating effect. I had no explanation for this, but at the time I didn't care. I was beginning to feel the back of my mind, the familiar tickling sensation that indicated reality shift, so I swiftly scooped a few drops of the liquid into my pill bottle, shaking it through the remaining pills, the infinite remaining pills at that. And speaking of bottles, what have we got here? What's the vintage? A recent vintage, but not an unpleasant one. With no reason. Really? You see a bottle of wine of a not unpleasant vintage, and he doesn't want to take it. The hotel settled it up by a single spotlight. Seemed almost completely bare, but for some dusty cardboard crates on a wine rack. Check out the rack. The wine rack was severely understocked. The hotelier had no doubt been meaning to refill it. Only one bottle remained, a dusty green, and I can't take it. I can't take the bottle. What kind of master thief is this? Nothing being cooked. The ovens were switched off, free of grime. How about the fridge? Open fridge. Had no interest in the... Alright. Could I open the back door? Also jammed. If there was an actual fire in this place, then everyone here is cooked. I thought he would have swapped over already. Chauvin is gone. What did I do to the girl? He's been over several times. How's he not warped over yet? Every time you go like 8 to 12 rooms, you warp. Abbott continues to lose his patience. His temper only gets worse from here. Foreshadowing, foreshadowing. Presumably, all through the next flashback, Trilby stands motionless, staring into thin air while Abbott tries to talk to him, which many people would find rude. Well, there you go, MP. Well, this is more for like what he does during the flashbacks, less so what he does when he warps from different states of the hotel. We could walk right through him. He's a ghost. Chahal is a ghost. Talk to Chahal about chair. Talk to Chahal about Chauvin. When did you last see Chauvin? She popped in for a second to tell me she was meeting with me. She's gone where the staff has went. Turn my back for a second, huh? Talk to Chahal about Chahal about Chahal. Well, if it's not going ahead, let's just go ahead and we'll take the idol off your hands. Where is the idol anyway? It's not here. Talk to Chahal about the idol. Why isn't the idol from the manor on display, Professor? That's not an ugly thing. It's a fertility and good luck symbol. About the display? Many more in storage, huh? Manacles found in the basement. I don't see the machete, the mask, the apron. The shingle from the unicorn. Ask Chahal about shingles. Would he not have allowed me to touch it and examine it if I didn't talk to him first beforehand? What else could we ask him about? Chazol! Ask him about Chazol! Hardly relevant at this point? Fine. Harpsichord? What about... about Chisel? Chahal about Chisel? Hardly relevant? Alright. We'll just touch the shingle then. Could this have been the same unicorn mentioned by Jack Frehorn? The buzzing in my ears that manifested as inspected the shingle indicated so. Touch the shingle. The shingle's design was a simple one of a unicorn's head in half profile, painted with average ability on a dark oak backing. As I pressed my fingertips to it, however, the design seemed to extrude from its backing like a hologram, and seemed to draw closer until my vision was filled with wood grain and mediocre brushstrokes. I could vaguely detect the professor speaking to me on the very edge of hearing, but by the time I realized it, I was already gone. No significance, but makes him think of Tintin. Really? Somewhere in Wales, July 28th, AD 1581. Owen Somerset, a traveling merchant, was on his way back to his wife and family in London. Having concluded some business dealing in Caradigian, caught suddenly by a summer storm, he spied an inn by the side of the road and marveled at his good fortune. And for research, he watched the entirety of Blackadder. What was it? Second one? Blackadder the second? The innkeeper seemed quite taciturn, but Owen was in a good mood and was determined for it to not leave him. It was probably too late to continue writing. Even if the storm cleared, Owen decided to inquire after a room for the night. Owen Somerset in relation to Jonathan Somerset? Well, given that this guy's gonna die young, probably not. I presume you've already played 7 days, otherwise don't read the next line. It's kind of a hint, by the way. It doesn't count as a spoiler if you haven't played the next game yet. Look, man. The innkeeper was stout and seemed quite young, but his eyes were haggard and sad like those of an old man. Ask for room. Talk to man about room. Go from this place and never return. There's a curse upon the inn. Well then, why not douse the lights, lock the door, and retire upstairs? You have the light on all inviting like. Ask man about the curse. Wood from a fallen oak stumbled upon an island. He stumbled upon. Human bones scattered around but did not heed them. Then why keep the inn open? Why not burn the place down then? Burn the place down, scatter its ashes. Well, I'm convinced it's leave, open door. He had no intention of leaving the inn until the storm had cleared. Talk to man about storm. Well, that's very useful, thanks. Ask man for alternative lodgings in the area. Ask man about the area. Maybe there's another inn around. No? Ask streamer about frames. Well, they're doing pretty good now. We're down to under 5% of the total frames of the stream dropped. But 19,000 and a half is still pretty obscene. Well, we're gonna insist. Ask for room. Ask man for room. Maybe your way of paying for their errors is to burn this place down. If he would not see another suffer for his sins, then burn the place down. Well, we're going to insist. Ask man for room. Well, there we go. That's properly Protestant, right? If the Lord deems that we be cursed with it, is predetermination. Kiss man in thanks. He does have to understand the word kiss. Guest room with the unicorn was a little bare, but quite functional. You can tell by the slope that they probably got the thatching right above. And the one time the British GF and I went to, where was it? To Lyme Regis. We stayed at an inn, a little cozy cottage inn, and our room was right under the thatching, and it was so cozy, despite the storm going on outside. Well, sleep then. Owen lay himself down, intending only to test the bed's softness, but in his exhaustion he quickly succumbed to sleep. In the early hours of the morning, something jolted Owen from his slumber. A piercing sound, no. A piercing smell. His fires look more like wobbling yellow jellies. He's not very good at smoke either. The smoke I can tell looks like smoke, it's fine. You can see it right there. Nothing seemed to be burning in the bedroom. The smoke had to be coming from downstairs. Burning the front door so I can't escape. A blaze been set before the front door by whom? The innkeeper? See, if all he had done was burn this accursed hotel down, then he wouldn't have had to burn himself. Took the sheet for comfort. Yeah, totally for comfort and not to douse the fire. We're not gonna smother it out. Leap over fire. You should try rephrasing that. Jump over fire. He wasn't sure how to. Lift your legs off the ground. Propel your legs off the ground. Smother fire. That was quick. Well, the room really is free then. Or not. Somerset always survives connection. Well, maybe just gets brain damage. But in practice, couldn't really think of a suitably dramatic way to end the scene except by killing him off. Had to change the appropriate passage from the Book of Victims. Darn it! Giving himself more work, drawing the killing, changing the text. Once again, I returned disoriented from my visions, except I did not, because I had to pee. But I guess while I'm gone, where's a file? We could try to use the unused music, right? Because there was music he wasn't able to use in the game. These prototype tracks. Y crap 2, Y Z Z Z Z Z, Y A H T more, Y A H T Z 1, omit danger, omit uneasy normality ABT. Are these omit ones, the ones that he didn't use? Oh, I can't open them on VLC. MIDI synthesis not set up. A sound font file .sf2 is required for MIDI synthesis. Please install the sound font and configure it from the VLC preferences, input code, etc., etc., etc. Codec not supported. VLC cannot decode the format MIDI audio. Ah, so we don't get the prototype soundtrack after all for BRB. I'll have to leave you guys with the diffusal track again. Boom! He's dead. They're all dead. Once again, I returned from BRB, disoriented from my vision. I was closing in on the source of the madness. The innkeeper had said that the wood came from a tree on an island. Could that have been Clanbronwyn Island? Given what I was seeing, it seemed like a valid, if worrying, possibility. Besides that, it seemed, I had no other leads. So what would I do? I was determined not to let the trail end there. If there were just a single clue, where would I find just a single clue? Trilby, I know you are following a trail. Go to the roof if you wish to proceed. Lankman. Had the player considered Lankman as only sympathetic ally in the game was actually of any use? I don't know. He's been shady from the start, it seems. In practice, it seemed a lot of people figured out he was going to be a bad guy from his first scene. Was there a bluff? Was there even a single bluff? I'm just going straight off the character design and how he portrays himself. Victim 2, the innkeeper. The second man who desired judgment was the innkeeper who had bought the wood. Who had bought the wood of the tree and built from it his house. The prince came to him and his guest, and he struck the innkeeper down, and the innkeeper knew the name of the king. And the prince turned to the innkeeper's guest, and he said, "You I shall not let live." I bet you the word "not" was not there originally. For once before have I made this warning, and still my soul aches with what is done to the wood that is my soul, and I will spare no man who injures me in this way. And the innkeeper's guest knew the name of the king. I guess it kind of makes more sense if it was "and you guessed I shall spare," then kind of spread my warning around that none shall be spared if they harm me. But oh well. He wanted the dramatic spike through the head, straight skewering down, and that's what he gets. Could I get the bottle now? Trilby really needs a drink. He saw no reason to take it. Getting to the roof is going to be the puzzle of collecting the parts of the doll, but we have no parts of the doll. And I can't quite recall if those parts are solely in the other world or if they're in this world too. So far I'm seeing none. Chahal. You're looking sad and depressed, man. What's going on? Abort. Abed, you're drunk. Never kidnapped any innocent girls. Has Siobhan not shown up? Oh, Professor. If I'm not gonna get him a drink, I could shove off. Well, what would you like? You got a bottle downstairs. What are you drinking? Nothing here but beer and spirits. He wants good wine. When he says we'll be the best of friends, he and I will be friends, or him and the wine will be friends? Saw that coming. Since I'm here anyway, we got any doll parts around? You can hear the one enemy from the Moonstone Amiga game, the Shriek. I don't think I know that one. The author commentary did go into detail about how different sound effects or soundscapes of the game were made. In the first one, he talks about how 5 Days a Stranger basically had music from the Adventure Game Studios sound library. But for here, a fair bit of it is actually bespoke. Bottle of wine finally get. This would appease a drunken professor upstairs. A bug that prevents the player from interacting with the wine in any way while it and the cola were in the inventory. Well, by now we have the cola and the wine. Hopefully been fixed by now. The wine's only purpose is to trigger an event after you pick it up, otherwise it's a herring with a crimson hue. It's red wine? Good, that's the good stuff. But yeah. All it does is trigger a flag. Chahal was already agitated. Hello? Empy, you're in luck. We didn't miss 7 days of Skeptic after all. Oh, never mind, it's gone. Didn't even get to examine the box, the room was too big. You did. I'm so sorry, MP. Drink cola for the first time? Take a swig of the beverage, I could almost feel the caffeine starting to heat up my brain. He shifted. Because of the negative feelings caused a shift to the dark world. He was all drunk and embittered. Chauvin shifted for the same reason. Wait. She's already shifted then. We haven't seen her though. We haven't seen her since. Professor? Abed's drunken misery had caused him to shift into the dark hotel. You see, even if Yahtzee didn't use the author commentary to lay it out for us, the game already does if we look at him. The jolly man of whom I have grown fond lay decapitated on the floor. With Chauvin's appearance, I was now truly alone. The professor had known nothing of the horror. He was blameless and ignorant of any matter involving Defoe Manor or a cursed idol. But it seemed my dark captor cared little for these facts. In a display of warped sense of humor, the porcelain head was sitting where Abed's old one had been. Well, get head. I pulled the head out of the stump, trying not to think about the wet, cracking noise this caused. I'm sure he's fine. Let's just take him with us. Take Chahal. There was nothing I could do for him save to allow him to rest in peace. I don't know if I'll have much rest here, though, in this accursed place. I should probably save, though. So, if I recall, I still gotta find the rest of the doll, not just the head, right? Nothing outside? Don't think anything's actually ever outside. Don't bore. Have we got any doll parts in the office? Couldn't pick it open. Then how about... take pill. Go to the next world. Oh, there's a There's parts in the real world after all then. Take leg. Drink cola. Open door. Nothing in here. We're just constantly chugging cola, chugging pills, chugging cola, chugging pills. So if things could be found out here then I've now got reason to check every single room inside. Well, maybe they're all in the real world, with the exception of the head. Take arm. Just one arm, one leg to go. I'm gonna check more of the downstairs first. Before I go room to room upstairs. Saw that coming. No doll parts in here. No porcelain among the porcelain. Nothing in the fridge. Nothing downstairs. And this door's still jammed, isn't it? Open door. And I can't unjam the emergency door. Emergency door is jammed. How bad is that? Heaven forbid anything happens to this place. Nobody could get out. Kirby's taking so many tranquilizers. How do I keep missing the P? I keep going Owen door, Owen door, Owen door. Then, I even mashed the P. I made sure to mash it. Is my P just going? Nothing out here. We got Chauvin's room and Abed's room on the second floor, my room on the third floor. Nothing here. So it's not down to places where people vanished or where people used to be. Nothing. Huh. Nothing on this side. Maybe it's... Maybe it's two parts in the physical world and then two parts in the other world. Head aside. Because this is going to make every place in this half of the hotel. And all we've got is arm, leg, and head. Arm. So it would seem that I'm only missing one limb then. I flatter myself that I'm too much of a professional to drown his sorrows. And yet he's taken tranquilizers. There's a bit of an occasional thump sound that I don't think I've noticed before. And it kind of made my blood run cold because it made me think, oh no, was that a chase sequence? Use leg on doll. Give leg to doll. Use head on doll. Put head on doll. There we go. Oh, it's all the parts we got. Arm, leg, head. Just one part missing now. I'm pretty sure I've been everywhere that I could be. And I don't think I saw any additional legs anyplace. Door stuck shut. Okay. Take pill. Drink cola. Open door. A loathsome dismembered torso. Bleeding on the table. The number 287 been daubed repeatedly on all four walls. But nothing here for me. Just take pill. Open door. Drink Drommel. Drommel cola. Drink cola. Open door. There's no parts here either. What if the final leg is simply at the far end of a hallway? And I didn't go all the way to the right to see it. I don't think any of the first floors could have been gotten into. We'll search outside quick. Outside's not gonna have anything, but we'll get the visual confirmation that nothing's out here. And it wouldn't have been embarrassing if the first thing we see is a leg. Outside is clear. Nothing but Abed here. Okay, the doll leg does not appear to be any place in the other world. Hello. I can't move from this spot. Father, what are you doing? Father, why? Die. No, Father, don't! The hallucination effects are pretty cool. So, time to go room to room to room again. I see no legs here. Unless this white leg is blending in with white porcelain or white tiles. There's no legs here. Took another pill. We're just gonna be so high right now. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. You're not paperwork. Take leg. I checked that room even. That was one of the first places I checked and it was nothing. Or I thought there was nothing, I just didn't look high enough. Okay, one final leg. Put part on doll. Put leg on doll. Replace the right leg. The body was intact for reasons I couldn't explain. I sensed that something had changed back in the real world. What kind of ridiculous locking mechanism is this? It's a nod to puzzles in most survival horror games where a bunch of ridiculous items have to be brought together somewhere, which for some reason cause a door to unlock. Silent Hill has some of it, Resident Evil very egregious. Feels out of place, but who cares, it amuses me. Imagine how much more productive research Umbrella could have done if they weren't wasting so much money on chess piece puzzle locks. Open that door. We got a pretty scene over here. Look, scenery. Look, vista. Look, view. The view was amazing. I could see the entire island, including the tiny port village I'd arrived at. I toyed with the idea of making a distress signal, but would probably go unnoticed. Just light the entire hotel on fire. Everyone's gone by now? The note seemed like another of Lankman's letters, but for some reason I felt my gaze drawn to the stone. Fine, we'll grab the stone first. Take the stone. Clanbronwyn Island, July 28th, AD 1501. So, roughly 50 years after the end of Crusader Kings 2 time span, and of the early game for Europa Universalis. Impossible to find pictures of Elizabethan peasant outfits because all Elizabethan costume picturies online or the really fancy togs noblemen wore. I mean, there's plenty of pictures of other peasants around Europe, you could probably surmise, right? He's never seen such a gigantic oak, and what does he do but chop it all down? And it turns out these families were the earlier Defoes. The dad's really overbearing, the son keeps saying father all the time. And so the father and the son knew the name of the king. Man, he just keeps on going. I guess he's really upset that we took that tree down. The game's supposed to have flashbacks? It actually is empty. Flashbacks to learn about this tall man in black. Boyle could only watch. If we didn't press look, we wouldn't have his name. Paralyzed as a demon tore into his father. Look at Dad. Look. Look at Father. A monstrous man, tall and thin to an inhuman degree, toward Boyle's father's lifeless body with some kind of metal staff. Boyle had to do something. Cry. Piss thine self. Defecate your trousers, lad. Run away! Run. Use the cursor keys. I can't move! The gigantic stump that evidenced the labors of Boyle and his father dominate the clearing. Through his terror, Boyle was only half aware of the loose stone lying by his foot. You wonder what kind of relationship he has. That's what I was thinking too, MP, when he goes like, you might think there's a relationship between this parent-child and the Defoes. Because one's overbearing, one just keeps saying falls like, Yahtzee. Is this all the familial relationships that you know then? Maybe it's not enough if it's only two families, but this is 2 for 2 now. You can barely tell what's happening with the animation, with the way he's fading in and out. Well, let's put an end to it then. Take the stone. Launch the missile. Toss the pebble. Toss rock. Got the tall man of the head. Two backgrounds prepare for this sequence. He wanted to extend the flash, don't tell me. He ran out of space. He dropped one because far too many of these flashbacks revolve around the theme of start in room X, go to room Y, go back to room X, and oh, the horror. Yeah, there's been a few. Chauvin's alive! He was staring out... Wait a minute. That's not the port town. After I knocked her out in her room, she woke up and everything was like this. Wasn't there a... Yeah, how'd you get past the doll? What doll? Well, that just makes it all the more spooky, doesn't it? Trilby could see it. Could be a hint that it had to do with the fact he wasn't able to prevent Simone Taylor's murder. How does Abbott see the porcelain head? Decide whatever you want. Does Abbott? It's less Abbott could see the porcelain head, more it's replaced his own. It looks like they're about to make out. But he steps away. That's basically adventure game shorthand. It's either walk up, walk away, or hand out, hand back. But if we're giving her all of our pills, are we locked in? We don't need to run away anymore. He put object interaction at the Dark World rooftop, and we never get the chance to use them. We don't even get to look at the castle. yeah, we never read the letter. We just went straight into flashback. Trilby, I am very close to ending this. Meet me in the hotel basement. I must show you my discovery. Lankman. The other page was another of those religious papers. He sure has a lot of these. The Book of Victims. Victim 1, the woodcutter. The first of those against whom the prince sought vengeance was the woodcutter. He who had held the axe that first felled the tree. The prince came to him and his son, and he struck the woodcutter down. And the woodcutter knew the name of the king. And the prince turned to the woodcutter's son, and he said, You I shall let live, for you are young, and you are of the innocent, and that you may go among your people and tell them of what I will wrought. Now, see, the whole, thrice you have denied my warning, etc., 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 makes a whole lot more sense if we had another survivor in the middle. And the woodcutter's son fled and told all of what he had seen. But the men of technology are arrogant, and his words were unheeded. The giveaway that Lankman works for the Order of Blessed Agonies. He certainly has a lot of their Bible, doesn't he? Could we open doll? Couldn't pick that open. Go through doll. Use the cursor keys. That doesn't work, game! Open door. There doesn't seem to be a door here despite there being one in the other hotel. At least it acknowledges the attempt. That's pretty cool. Maybe it's the hat. Maybe it's the hair. But I really do see Inspector Gadget in Trilby more than anything else. Inspector Trilby. Go, Trilby inventory. Save. I hope that Lankman didn't want the real-world basement, because... Well, I guess I could drink the water. There's also a big ol' hole there. Look at the hole. The hole seemed to lead to some kind of tunnel that gradually expanded into an underground cavern. What if I drink the water? We have one source of clarity of mind here. I didn't need to anymore. Go down, hole. Wasn't close enough, you're right on it. Go, hole. The point of constant shifting is to show that the date of July 28th combined with being in this hotel makes reality so fragile even a stray thought can cause a shift. And here, right up to the close source of it all, reality is the most unstable. Let's get the whispering noises coming and going with the dark world. Constant stopping and starting would not have been nice on the ears. It's nice when there's a dev that's actually concerned with how something feels on the eyes or feels on the ears. I was in some kind of cavern dug out of the rock beneath the hotel. It seemed to be in a constant state of flux, flitting back and forth between the real world and its dark twin. I was certain that the gigantic stump in the middle of the floor had something to do with this. Look stumped! This was it, I was certain. The remains of the tree that Boyle and his father cut down, its wood being later used to construct an inn, a harpsichord, a shipping crate, and an idol. I could feel that same scrabbling in my mind that I had felt just before all my visions. This time it was the stump itself that seemed to be beckoning me closer. Piss on stump. Piss on the soul of the prince. Take dookie on stump. Doesn't understand dookie. Take a big ol' shit on the stump. He doesn't understand shit. Utilize the laboratory on the stump. He doesn't understand utilize. Use lav on stump. Use Lou on stump. Take a number 2 on stump. Die. I wasn't sure how to. Touch of the stump. 55 BC. Clanbronwyn Peninsula. It's a peninsula now, it has been washed out yet. Cabada, the Celtic druid, awaits the return of his friend and colleague Galdin, who brings news of the invasion of Anglesey by the Roman Suetonius Paulinus? Maybe? Created the names of messing around with the names of actual figures of the period. So nothing historical. Cabadath, a play on Cathbad, chief druid of the court of Ponkelbar, Machanessa, having fallen out of favor with his fellows for certain radical beliefs and activities. Catabath lives in solitude in this remote forest clearing, and prefers not to travel himself. Foreigners have landed, could not be deterred by sorcery. Galdin, corruption of Dalgan, also a druid of some kingly court somewhere, name we forgot. Background historically accurate. Paulinus did invade Anglesey. Huh. And druids did try to scare them off with magic, but didn't work. Yeah, evidently enough. Turns out there weren't enough folks on this isle to introduce the concept of Zerg rushing to them. Not in keeping with your juristic demons, but Catadath is a renegade. At least he acknowledges that there's a bit of artistic liberties being taken with the history. The symbol of Chizol. The 3 aspects of pain, body, mind, and soul. The whole body, mind, and soul thing again. Which part of the symbol represents what? I'm quite fine taking the circle symbol as a whole. Fight one invasion with another invasion, huh? Not all the ethereal realm's evil, just a part that Clanbronwyn Island occupies in our realm. So it's this... Wait. The alternative Clanbronwyn Island occupies a channel that runs between Chizot's desolate kingdom and an unspoilt, civilized country. It just goes to show, doesn't it? So much evil spawning out of the British Isles. Though I guess as far as shapeless, massive, eldritch abominations go, if Chizot's kingdom is mostly occupying a bit of territory in the Isles off of Wales, that's not exactly as vast and unknowable as they tend to be, huh? Any demon forced to his will, even the demon that is spoken of in hushed hesitancy. Cool connection there. They always think they can command the unknowable, don't they? Also haven't read Asterisk. Seen it around plenty, but never read them. A god of male tribal unity. Larger than anticipated. The rules of magic. Don't you cite the rules to him. He was there when it was written. Ron Galden! Clearly, you're out of your element here. Forgive me, Kabadat. Smart! Hey, don't touch the door. This game's your favorite of the four. It's certainly... how to put it? More cohesive? It's got more going to it. Kind of meat-wise than the prior two, which are still fun in their own ways. Chizou, of course, has no use for meat. It feeds on pain. It does not kill its prisoners. Kabadat's agony was particularly rare morsel, and Chizou ensured it would last. And it's definitely taken longer. The other two games have been just shy around 3 hours, and here we are at 4.5 hours and have only just entered the end game. So meat it has. Maybe the nature of giving us dual hotels to wander through the text interface gives it more of an exploratory feel than here's a couple of boxes, click on stuff for the previous two. Not to mention, yeah, the horror you like in this one, the visual dual hotel with heavy inspirations from Silent Hill, the occasional hallucinations drawing from eternal darkness. His soul was placed inside an oak sapling at the site of his old home, to grant his body immortality. For 5 centuries as a tree grew, he knew torment beyond even his most depraved imaginings. By then his body was warped, and his mind had long fallen to soulless dementia. He was Chizou's, utterly and completely his slave. Oh, I guess she must have slipped back into the shadowy side then, because his corpse isn't in the material plane anymore. Also, people really were a whole lot smaller back in the old days. The stump looked huge. The stump encompassed Kabadat's entire house, and here, it's so tiny! So Kabadat himself must have been like this tall, if that was his entire house there. It's 1997 in universe. Ghosts usually brought back by the sheer force of will and mind power. John Defoe can't even tell his father from a master thief. Well, he was also a ghost at the time. I'm sure that there's lots of spooky interference to warp one's memories, sure. To create the bridge. Trilby, have you not been studying your notes? Over which Chazelle will cross into our universe, purify all of mankind? He could be. He could be a mole on the inside. He hasn't given us any pages that mention us, though. He's withholding his sacred information from us. The appropriate passages. You see, they're always cherry picking. We don't get to read the full thing, do we? Unless you have the special edition, in which case you do get the entire text document of it. Order wanted Trilby on their side. See, I was quite willing to accept just leading Trilby along to play some other part in some prophecy. I'm sure that being stabbed in the gut would have been, what, a suitable use? A suitable outcome for luring us through? A knife in my gut brought an explosion of ice-cold agony. I heard the pitter-patter of my blood on the rocky floor. The pain, the surprise, and my exhaustion went together to cause immediate unconsciousness. I awoke to find myself splayed upon the stump, blood still slowly leaking from my wound. It's a shame we already know the solution to this one, because this is not a first playthrough. In my injured state, I could barely move. My limbs refused to respond. I was as weak as a newborn. The order needed to nudge things. Oh, see, that's exactly why. Lure me down here, get me into a mind state enough to start warping in and out. The opportunity we need to summon the tall man. Standard ritual to the Blessed Agonies with an offering. See, I don't know about this. Every time somebody thinks that they could either control or cooperate with some eldritch thing, it never goes well for them. Men like you, Trilby, die in their own terms. Hint! Lakeman's plan entirely his own. Ask Lakeman about ritual. Which you would have done anyway, even if Trilby in the corner, or Trilby if Yahtzee in the corner hadn't hinted to it. From my position, I could only see a small portion of the wavering cavern. I could see the idol of John Defoe on the stump beside me, my bloody waistcoat discarded the corner. He might be a jerk who stabbed me in the gut, but he's no monster. He still took my bloody clothes off, folded them up nicely. With my other senses, I could detect the presence of Chauvin and the redoubtable Lankman. The look... Oh, I mashed through stuff. Look, waistcoat. Strangely, my first thought was a vision of the repair and laundry bill. Lankman? Fine, look, man. The treacherous cultist was wandering around the stump in a manner that I suppose is relevant to his ritual. Look, Chauvin? I could not see Chauvin, but could hear her trying to moan through a gag. Okay. Oh, there's the idol, too. Look at the idol. Stared blankly. Pick idol. My attempts to move only made things worse. I felt a stab of pain, and something snapped behind my eyes, flooding my vision with spots. Talk to man about... Chauvin, she's got nothing to do with this, let her go! She can't answer. Nothing to do with this, exactly as I said. Oh, Lankman's got two ends. Part of the ritual? Alright, talk to man about himself first. Where do you get all this madness? Tell us your deets. He's a member of the Order of Blessed Agonies. Their will is his will, but according to the corner Yahtzee, his acts are his own. He loves the Order. You love this? You remember this scene especially, MP? The one time we had to look up a walkthrough. I mean, he did give a hint earlier with men like you, Trilby, won't die from just one knife wound. You die in your own terms, right? It's subtle, but there's a hint right there. Talk to man about ritual. You've done all he needs. Bring Kabadath to us. Tempt him with the three blessed agonies. Agony in the mind, the body, and the soul. He acts as a mind. My wound makes me the body. The girl will have to suffice as a soul. So we have a couple of hints here. Our pain is a necessary thing, right? Our purpose of this ritual is to be the one experiencing bodily pain. Yeah, as the corner Yahtzee says, even if we didn't have the corner Yahtzee, just laying it out. Agony of the mind or boredom, fear, and madness. Legman is simply bored. Chauvin lost Abed, and about to lose Trilby. That makes it a spiritual suffering. I can't remember if I had to look up the solution for this too. I might have. This might have been one where I couldn't figure out the solution is to simply die. Whoops. Punch poor microphone to the face. Talk to man about pain. Oh, that's just what does the ritual entail. Talk to man about extended warranty. Talk to man about waistcoat. Talk to man about the hotel. July 28th, the day when the border between the ethereal realm and the scientific realm weakened? Is that because of Kabadath's business with, maybe it is, because he tried to summon Shizo that day. The smartest moment in Yahtzee's history. It's a clever one. Talk to man about the staff. Where the heck did the staff get to? Talk to man about Monday. Talk to man about the idol? To reunite the wood with the tree from which it came? Kabadath would appreciate the sentiment. I brought your body together. Magical with a K. Magic with a K. Ooh, what if? As long as you're farming lore out of this. Talk to man about Shizo. Failed, or began his long history. Yeah, that's a fun twist up, but you normally have to try to survive encounters like this, find some way of using the tools around you, your environment, to try to find some solution when the actual solution is trying to deprive the tool, the resource, to your enemy. The pain was now replaced with an ice-cold numbness that was spreading fast. The room was swimming before my eyes. Talk to man. What else can we talk about to pass the time? Talk to man about Yahtzee. Is it Yahtzee with an H? Talk to man about Ben. Talk to man about video games. Did not consider that a relevant topic of conversation. Oh, H is before the T. Talk to man about. You would think I would know how to spell my mom's favorite game. Does it understand the word, Yahtzee? Just roll the dice. Well, talk to man about Simone. Did he kill Simone? I said Simone, not Chauvin. Maybe with the way that he doesn't really use too many girls in his games. There were 2 in, what was it, 7 Days of Skeptic. But girl could be shorthand for Chauvin. And I guess because girl could have also been the corpse in the beginning, Simone, girl, and Chauvin are all the same prompt. Talk to man about the date? No. Well, let's just die then. Not yet, but I was pretty close. About sequels. Talk to man about. How about Kabadath? Oh, and there he is. Talk to man about. What about the Order? What is the Order of Blessed Agonies? Only through pain can a man be purified. The purest of them all. His only pain was boredom, though. Talk to man about. What about Chahal? Did he really have to die? Oh, that's just that. I think because Chahal could be short-handed to man, and Lengman could be short-handed to man, so ask about any man, it just talks about Lengman. Oops, I skipped through something. That was probably my hint to die then. Talk to man about Trilby. What about if he asks about us? Oh, we can't speak anymore. We're getting close to death. Then do it. Die in our terms. Just hold the button to bleed out. Not yet. So we can't speak, but we're not close enough to end our own life. Ended Kabadath. How about ended Trilby? My vision was clouding up around the edges. It seemed like my stubborn will was the only thing keeping me alive. And there's also a pretty big clue. My stubborn will is the only thing keeping me alive. I really can't remember if I figured this out by looking at a walkthrough, or by messing around or trying to go counter to this text here. I'm going to say that I'm 90% certain that I had to walk through it, but I can't really say for sure anymore. But if my stubborn will is the only thing keeping me alive, then release myself of that will. I died. You've been trying to get the player to identify with Trilby's character, perhaps even gain affection for him, but then I make it clear that Trilby has to die. It can only be done with the player's own hand. Devious! Been playing mind game with you this whole time, and this is the last of them. I'm dead. It just said that I died, right? So I shouldn't be able to do stuff. Can I even look around? It hurts. It hurts. Oh, if I put in false commands, it breaks the it hurts thing. Is that the one that was posted in Discord, MP? Because I might have looked at that back in my last BRB. This offering is raw. Hello. We have Robed Monk Guy already. I suppose by this point of the series, he's probably already got his idea for the final half of, for the latter half of it planned out. I could see the first game beginning as a one-off thing, the second game being, alright, let's try to do something fun with this. And then for 3 and 4, okay, here's how the rest of the story is going to go. The same die, alright. Ugh. Damn it, future me. find out in our next exciting episode. Yeah, CPR to staunch a gut wound. He was completely dead for a short time, not just comatose. Chauvin's word indicate that her CPR skills aren't up to scratch. And even then, CPR, chest compressions, and whoo wouldn't have helped with bleeding out from the gut. Hey, Onyx. Don't worry about the waistcoat. She's pocketed it to keep as a memento, as a souvenir. Easy, Onyx. It's not your lunchtime yet, Onyx. It's very, very soon your lunchtime. You could wait for a little bit. Plus, the clocks are gonna change soon, Onyx. Your lunchtime's gonna shift. You have to get used to the shifting time of your lunch, Onyx. Oh, he's being so sweet, this little cat. I'm scratching him on his cheek, and he's like... Yeah, just like that, Onyx. That's exactly what you're doing. And now it sits across from me. The reality shift had cleared up, and we were free to leave. A stand-to-pee cleanup crew arrived with the ambulance. That is the most real thing in this game. My BF has tried to use a few STP devices, and with practice, he would have been very proficient at using the STP, I'm sure. But because he hasn't put much practice to it, it keeps overflowing instead of having a smooth enough stream to go through the STP without getting all over the place. Anyone carved the statue, tried to give it to the Yahtzee with gloves on. That'd be funny. The style of the games means that the idle images are in low enough resolutions that you could take some pretty generous artistic liberties in trying to craft it. No trace of Abbott or the hotel staff was found. Officially, they've been classified as unexplained disappearances. Lakeman and the tall man seem to have also vanished, which does not surprise me in the least. Chauvin signed the Official Secrets Act, and last I heard is staying with her parents to recuperate. Which just leaves me to write up my notes. The Trilby Notes! With the idol that haunts my dreams gazing at me from across my desk. Cast your mind back to the earlier desk scene and may realize that Trilby's desk lamp has jumped over to the other side since then. The desk lamp is alive! This is a Pixar desk, or the Pixar lamp. Perhaps because of the ghost woo. I was dead. I can't pretend that I wasn't. No amount of CPR would have brought me back from where I was. So who did? The man in red? Who was he, if not an insane hallucination and brain death? Unimportant. I am alive, and that's all that matters. Just that and the destiny of this wretched statuette that I apparently am fated to carry out. Every instinct in my being wants to burn it to ashes and grind them into the dirt, but I do not. Lankman spoke of a prophecy, that the destruction of Defoe's soul would somehow help him and his order summon their dark god. So if I destroy the idol, they win. But what else can I do? There's a bit of... what do we call it? There's a bit of entropy to that. Because things break down eventually, no matter how strong the oak was. This wood would eventually degrade, would it not? So even if he threw it out into space, for example, eventually the thing's going to break apart, if not by decay, then by the exposure to cosmic radiation, just falling apart over time. Even stars die off. So, if we take the breakdown of the idol to be a physical inevitability, then inevitably things will decay enough for Chizo to cross over to this realm. And if everything we know about physics is correct, and eventually heat death of the universe, as physical objects move so far apart from each other that no radiation could reach another, and the universe just goes cold, in a way that would kind of be like Chizo eventually winning and wiping out all life, wouldn't it? I certainly can't keep it. I know from experience that it leaks malevolent influence like a broken pipe leaks water. The only other option is to hide it, but where could I hide such a thing and ensure that it is never found again by human hands? Never again by human hands, huh? I shall have to think about this. Trilby, 29/7/1997. So if this was in the 28th of July, he went straight to work writing these notes. The guy has just come back to life, just got patched up by the ambulance, taken in by the STP, and first things first, he's got to put his memoirs together. Has to include the hat because you see it on this other side of the locker in 7 days. And then Adam Kilkenny whacks it over our heads with a line, "Who the hell signs his name with a hat?" Yeah. Had to make sure for those at home. The fulfillment of the prophecy continues. The ritual for the summoning of Chazol will go ahead. Well, that makes it sound then like, even if Lankman was acting independently, it's still to the benefit of the Order of Agonies, the Blessed Agonies. He's got Trilby's waistcoat! He's paranoid people didn't pick up on that. I mean, he mentioned having the blood of the guide, right? With the black waistcoat on the black background, that could kind of be seen as blood on the knife. Won't make any comments during this floating text sequence. I'm afraid I might mess up, yada yada yada. But I can't believe it. They straight up stole his handsome coat. At this time there came a man from the land of technology, and though his wisdom was great and his power advanced, he had the willfulness of his fellows. He was the arrogant man. And on the 8th and 20th day of the 7th month of the year, the arrogant man, the king, gazed upon the land of the technology, and saw the arrogant man to speak thus: "O king, I beseech you, for this land has become corrupt without your benevolent hand, and the darkness seeks to envelop us all. I demand that you cross the border between our lands and make things right, for though my power is great, I have it in my power to control one who is as great as you." And the king was rightfully amused, for though the arrogant man's power was indeed great, the king's power was greater still. And the king said, "I will not submit myself, for first my power is greater than yours, and yours and not yours to command." Okay, slow down now. The text isn't as big. "Secondly, my capabilities are many. It is impossible for me to enter the land of technology, for the borders are dark, and the treacherous ocean I cannot will away. But I will do this for you, O arrogant man. For all the bigness of your head, you are still small enough to be spared the rigors of the dark ocean. I shall rescue you from darkness of the land of technology, and you shall live in my household, and here you will learn humility." And as the king said it, so it was so. The arrogant man crossed the ocean to the house of the king, where he was brought before his majesty, who said, "Now you must repay me for the sight of your arrogance caused me. For despite your insult, I love you as I love every man and beast, and must learn to make this love into your heart." Not now, Onyx. And the king took the body and mind of the arrogant man and separated from his soul, and placed it in a great tree of the technology. With this action, he announced, "Now you are the tree, and the tree is you, and the wood is your soul. With this gift of separation from your body, you shall not wither or die through your lessons. But should any man interfere with the tree that is your soul on the day that is mine, I will lend you the power to confront them and strike them down with fitting vengeance." And he touched the arrogant man and filled his heart with warming love, and the arrogant man became a prince. And he knew the name of the king, and the prince and the court of the king bowed and wept, and sang with great praise the name of the king, for the great and generous was his wisdom. Book of Chazot, Book of the Prince, Chapter 2. Okay, Onyx, now could be cute and demand attention. I don't think any more no, it's just credits. Just credits is fine. You know, for someone who always comments, that people always comment on how young he is in game, he looks a bit grizzled here, but I guess being stabbed would do that. Literally having died would give some sunkenness to his features. Poor Chahal. Never got dinner and thought his love had disappeared on him. The agonies of missed dinner and missed love. Truly, he suffered more than anybody else in this game, except for the staff, but who knows where they are. You're gonna get your lunch very, very soon, Onyx, I promise. It's 4:04 right now this time. If anything, Onyx, what I should probably do is delay your lunches and your breakfasts and your dinners by 15 minutes each day. And eventually, by the time daylight saving switch comes around, your dinner will be perfectly on time. For donating and playing the special edition. He's got half of that right there. It's not pirated, it's just all for free now. Even if you go to his website, he's very clear that you guys have given me enough money. You don't have to pay me anymore. It makes taxes more difficult. Just take it. Take the game for free. Ah, well, MP, sometimes brilliance can come through with limitations too. Extra Power is much the same, except for Extra Powered was RPG Maker instead of Adventure Game Studios. Trying to do all the things that the engine doesn't want to natively do can make some pretty inspired decisions. I paid respect, I did. If the author commentary has taught me anything, it's that Yahtzee is so much more critical of his games than I am. Like, having played this as a teenager and a young adult, and then, you know, in my teens and 20s, I just think it's cool to see amateur-made adventure games on Adventure Game Studios. In my 30s, I can understand the limitations of trying to make a game on, like, not just Adventure Game Studios, but Adventure Game Studios from, like, 2000 whenever. Like, Hobbs Barrow was also made at Adventure Game Studio, but you could see the huge difference between a smaller project like this, where it's one guy and a few resources, a few helpers, and something like Hobbs Barrow, which is also Adventure Game Studios, but a much more later version of it, and more of a studio production. So, you know, we could recognize the... You couldn't really see much but the shadow on the camera, but Onyx just reached his paw out and rubbed my cheek a bit. Alright, Onyx, soon. I'll cut it to the conclusion then, alright? It's a much earlier Yahtzee, working with the skills he has and the help he has on an earlier version of Adventure Game Studios, like 20 years ago. For all those limitations of engine and skill, there's a pretty good game, so I'm definitely giving it more respect than he gives himself. I'm sure that he appreciates the outcome of his efforts. But you could see where, in the commentary especially, he's putting a critical eye to it. He agrees with some of the criticisms, sees some of his shortcomings, and that's just artistic growth. I still think that even 20 years on, these are some pretty good games. And yeah, Hyuga the same way, MP, but Hyuga is less limited by the physical limitations of the engines he's working with and more trying to recreate the limitations of the earlier hardware that he's emulating. You can definitely make some really cool stuff when you have to fit things into a certain box. But if you're going to fit it into a box, you're going to make that box shine as well you can. But with Trilby's notes complete, as far as the main Chizo cycle goes, that just leaves us with 6 days of sacrifice left, right? So, I am going to call it here for now that we've finished Trilby's notes. Apparently 1 day a retcon, according to some materials I've been looking up at. But I enjoyed it, and you guys seem to too. So I guess we'll finish this what would you call it, quadrilogy tomorrow with 6 days. Which one of these are my favorite? Oh man, it's hard to say. In general, I do love them all. Even 5 Days a Stranger, which is by far the most primitive and the most basic one, has its charms going for it. Got lots of fond feelings for 7 Days a Skeptic. Really enjoyed Trilby's notes. And I think I've also got a lot of fond affection for 6 Days of Sacrifice too. But that could also be because, being the last one, and the culminating bit of it has got so much story to it, so much adventure game to it. So I could be biased in that way. I guess I'll be most able to answer this question when we finish this off tomorrow. And it's all a lot more fresh. Oh, looks like Sumi's just gone online, so we can't raid that direction. Just missed out the chance to raid? What was the last message there? 359, 352? So I just missed out. Alright. So if we can't raid Sumi, who else we got? There's nobody else playing Trilby's notes today, at least not right now. 5 viewers and they're all here. I think what I'll do is toss you guys to Schubert. Schubert playing some Paper Mario achievements. For some people, the Paper Mario can be just as horrific. Sorry, MP, my mind's made up. Though Mac gaming could be cool. For the longest time, I've been wanting to get Mac emulation working properly for me. But I've been lazy. I've been lazy on trying to get it to work. But I do want to, because I mentioned before on several streams how part of my gaming upbringing is dad for pretty much most, if not all, the 90s, up until the turn of the millennium. Our family computer was an ancient 1984 Apple, while all the rest of my friends were doing like rudimentary downloading of DBZ episodes, doing actual research online, typing homework with an actual word processor that doesn't take 2 minutes to load up 1 second if you type fast. Eventually I want to get around to games like Scarab of Ra especially was a big one. That was a point of reverence of childhood, for the early toddler years at least. Someday we'll get around to Mac emulation and Mac gaming, but for now I'm going to raid Schubert. Thank you guys for hanging out. The ging is going to be coming in soon enough, MP. In fact, here it is right now. So you guys take care of yourselves, stick around for the raid, say hi to Schubert, and I'll catch you guys next time. Bye. We'll finish this quadrilogy tomorrow.